Chapter 5708. If it was possible, Igor Radapovich would have killed them and told them that it was just a joke. Can't they have a sense of humor? The 4 security guards were cheering for the Miracle Dr. Guan medical group for a while, but when they saw Lin Yi and the others staring at them coldly, they couldn't help but smile awkwardly and turn to Igor Radapovich. After all, he wasn't someone they could offend. Young Master Igor Radapovich, this isn't something we can decide. Let's leave this place first. These Easterners have a powerful background. Can you go back and discuss this with someone else? The head of security bowed and apologized to Lin Yi before walking over to Igor Radapovich's side and begging softly. If Igor Radapovich didn't want to give up, they would be the ones in a difficult situation. However, after seeing how powerful these Easterners were, he didn't think that Igor Radapovich would be stupid enough to fight them head-on. These young masters were good at stabbing people in the dark. If they could handle it head-on, they could do it. If they couldn't, they would choose to attack from the back. Igor Radapovich glared at Lin Yi furiously. Half of his face was still swollen, and all his teeth had fallen out. It was a huge impact on his handsome image. There would be reporters paying attention to the exhibition, and if it weren't for the fact that it was only the beginning and the reporters weren't in position yet, he'd probably be on the headlines tomorrow with this face. Kid, Igor Radapovich, will remember you. As long as you're still in Europe, you'll fall into my hands one day. Be careful. Let's go. Igor Radapovich fiercely left with his bodyguards after uttering a few harsh words. Igor Radapovich was actually shocked by the Dahuan pill that Lin Yi took out. Broken bones healed in such a short time, and he could barely walk. It was a miracle medicine. If it was possible, he wanted to find a way to collect some. It could save his life in a critical moment. What he didn't know was that although Lin Yi didn't care about the Great Recovery Pill, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company really didn't sell it. Boss, are we going to let them go just like that? These idiots actually dare to threaten boss. How about I follow them and kill them? Lenguza wasn't having fun, so he came over and asked in a low voice. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Forget it, they are all ordinary people. You really have time. Let them go. What can a few ants do?" If it was someone who posed a threat, Lin Yi would, of course, eliminate the danger first. But this Povich guy, no matter how much he jumped around, he wouldn't be able to affect Lin Yi. Forget about Lin Yi, even if it was Su Shihan, they wouldn't be a threat. After all, Su Shihan was a top-notch master in the common world. A normal army might not even be her opponent. These small fries, what was there to worry about? Lenguza smacked his lips and thought to himself, trash is still meat. Unfortunately, boss won't allow it, so I can only let them off this time. After Igor Povich left, Su Shihan sang another song and regained her popularity. She also comforted the fans who were beaten up and left the stage. The voluntary help ended there. Next, it was Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi's business. Su Shihan wanted to spend more time with Lin Yi. Plus, Sun Jingyi wasn't a stranger to her, so they started chatting behind the stage. Although Su Shihan didn't go on stage anymore, she was enough to attract more and more fans. The Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's booth was almost packed. Luckily, Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi were masters, so they didn't let people rush in. But it couldn't go on like this, because no one cared about the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's things. Everyone only had Su Shihan in their eyes. It seems like it's not a good thing to be too popular. Lin Yi smiled and said to Su Shihan. In his heart, he already wanted to leave with them. After all, there were so many people around, it was hard to talk properly. Sun Jingyi seemed to know Lin Yi's thoughts and suggested, "Why don't we leave here first? Anyway, Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi are here. The exhibition shouldn't be a problem. Sister Shihan staying here will affect the normal operation of the booth." Su Shirhan stuck out her tongue cutely and smiled, then I'll leave. Brother Lin, where are we going to eat? Languza's eyes lit up before Lin Yi could say anything. There was no way he could stop the keyword eat from entering his ears. Boss, let's go eat. There's nothing fun here. It's better to eat. If they could fight here, Languza could barely stay for a while longer. But Lin Yi didn't let him fight, so his only fun was to eat. Of course, after eating, his only fun would be to buy clothes. Since the Sacred Alliance wouldn't come looking for trouble, Lin Yi didn't need to stay here anymore. He turned to Languza and said, bring them to find a place to eat. I still have something to do. I'll come back later. Protect them. Languza's face was full of smiles. He patted his chest and promised, don't worry, boss. I'll protect them well. The place to eat will definitely satisfy you. If it's not good, come find me. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. If it's not good, then find you to eat it all. That's to your liking. Sun Jingyi and Su Shirhan didn't have any objections. Lin Yi had things to do. They wouldn't stop Lin Yi from leaving. So after saying goodbye to Kong Xiaobo and Su Shirhan, they left the booth. Lin Yi casually set up a divine sense barrier. With his current divine sense, it wasn't hard to hide from cultivators of the same level or higher, let alone ordinary people. It didn't attract the attention of the fans at all. After Su Shirhan walked out of the door, the fans didn't even realize that their goddess had already left. It was even easier for Lin Yi to leave. In a flash, he was already out of the fans' encirclement. He was going to talk to Xue Jianfeng again. He wanted to see if he could get more information from him. Most importantly, he wanted to know the core members and the location of the base. Chapter 5709. Yo, if it isn't Lin Yi. I didn't expect to see you here. What's wrong? You couldn't survive in that place anymore, so you came back here. A dark male voice sounded beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi paused and turned around. It was Kong Guifeng's son, Kong Xiaolong. This guy used to call himself Xinyan's fiancé and had a lot of dealings with Lin Yi. He was far more talented than his cousin, Kong Mingming, but in the end, that idiot Kong Mingming was doing much better than Xiaolong. Lin Yi didn't bother greeting this old acquaintance. He only looked at him coldly and turned around. Scram, I don't have time for you. Xiaolong laughed and pinched the light purple tie around his neck. He looked at Lin Yi with disdain. Did I hit a sore spot? Are you angry now? We're all friends here, what's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with this idiot who thought so highly of himself. If it was Kong Mingming here, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Xiaolong. To put it bluntly, he didn't even have the right to be taught a lesson by Lin Yi. Hey, Lin Yi, even if my Xiaoming kicked you out of that place, you don't have to run away from me, do you? You should at least talk to me, we're old acquaintances after all. Xiaolong saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything and got even more smug. He shook his suit and quickened his steps. Lin Yi frowned and stopped. He didn't want to bother with a small fry like Xiaolong, but it would be quite annoying if Xiaolong kept following him like a fly. Xiaolong, do you want to die? Lin Yi said coldly to Xiaolong, the impatience in his voice clear. Xiaolong paused and laughed. Are you trying to scare me, Lin Yi? I've heard from my Xiaoming that you're living a pitiful life in that place. You're just a small fry at the bottom of society, running away the moment you see our Xiaoming. If it weren't for Xiaoming's kindness, he'd have killed you long ago. What? You can't live there anymore, so you came back here to act cool. That's right, I'm not your match, but if you dare touch me, my Xiaoming won't let you off. Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger. After all this time, it turned out that this idiot Kong Xiaolong was just bragging to his family, making Xiaolong think that Lin Yi had really escaped from Sky Class Island, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi at all. He used to think that Xiaolong was a cunning person, but now he realized that someone who could trust Xiao Ming had to have a pretty high IQ as well. Let Kong Ming come to me for revenge. Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time with Xiaolong. He slapped Xiaolong's face after saying that. Xiaolong didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying. Half of his face was swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of teeth. He looked exactly like Igor Radapovich. If it weren't for their different hair and skin color, they'd look like brothers. Coincidentally, Xiaolong landed in Xue Jianfeng's resting room. He was here to look for Xue Jianfeng, and when he saw the room number, he grabbed the door handle and opened it, screaming, "Master Xue, help! I'm Kong Guifeng's son, Kong Ming's cousin. Someone's trying to kill me, you have to save me, Master Xue." Xue Jianfeng was waiting alone, bored. He didn't know how Lin Yi was going to deal with him, but when he heard Xiaolong shout, he didn't think much and stood up. "Who the hell dares to kill someone in front of me, Xue Jianfeng? Especially when it's my business partner. Do you want to die?" "Kong Xiaolong, don't worry, I'm here, and I'll make sure you're safe." He didn't even think that the person dealing with Xiaolong would be Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would have found a turtle shell to hide in and become a ninja turtle for a while. Xiaolong was overjoyed. He dared to mess with Lin Yi because Kong Ming's bragging had convinced him, and also because he'd just gotten in touch with the Sacred Alliance. He knew that this was the power that Kong Ming controlled, and he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi at all. That was why he dared to mock Lin Yi without a care in the world. With Xue Jianfeng's strong stance, Xiaolong straightened his back again and turned to Lin Yi, who was slowly walking towards him. "Lin Yi, don't be too cocky. I'll make sure you won't be able to walk out of this door today." Xue Jianfeng was walking out, wanting to see who hit Xiaolong when he heard Lin Yi's name. His whole body shrunk a few centimeters, completely different from the Xiaolong who had just straightened his back. "Who? Lin Yi?" Xue Jianfeng was still thinking about how Lin Yi was going to deal with him when he heard that the person he was going to deal with was Lin Yi. He was scared out of his wits and quickly released his consciousness, wanting to see if it was someone with the same name. Unfortunately, this was Europe. There was no way something like that could happen. "It really is Lin Yi. King tricked me." Xue Jianfeng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to cut Xiaolong into pieces. Lin Yi's calm voice came from the corridor. "Xue Jianfeng, you're here to act cool again. This habit of pretending to be pretentious really needs to be corrected. Don't pretend to be pretentious all the time." Xue Jianfeng's whole body shook. He didn't wait for Lin Yi to finish speaking. He rushed to Xiaolong's side and slapped the other side of Xiaolong's face. The defenseless Xiaolong was sent flying again, crashing into the wall on the other side. Luckily, he didn't spit out any teeth this time, since he'd already lost all of them. Xiaolong didn't even have time to react before Xue Jianfeng's foot landed on his chest. His body that was halfway down the wall stopped in its tracks. "Kong, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm someone you can order around? Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson right now? I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life." Xue Jianfeng was panicking. He was afraid that Lin Yi would turn against him, so he decided to deal with Xiaolong first. Xiaolong looked at Xue Jianfeng, stunned. He stuttered, "Master Xue, you didn't you say you're going to protect me?" Chapter 57:10. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Xue Jianfeng, are you ignoring me?" Xue Jianfeng quickly turned around and smiled. "Senior Lin. Ah, why are you here? What a coincidence, what did you say?" "I'm ignoring you." "How is that possible? You're too much of a joker." I'm teaching my little brother a lesson, and my eyesight isn't good. I didn't notice you were here. I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's fine if your eyesight isn't good, but why are your ears so bad too? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Lin Yi looked at Xue Jianfeng with a half-smile, waiting to see how the guy would continue. Ha 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 ha, you might not believe it, but my ears are ringing with all sorts of teachings from you, Senior Lin. If you were to speak to me, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was an illusion or not. Xue Jianfeng's shamelessness had reached the pinnacle. He could come up with this bullshit without even blushing or gasping for breath. Lin Yi was completely convinced. He wanted to see where this guy's bottom line was, but he was destined to be disappointed. This guy had no bottom line at all. Xiaolong was completely dumbfounded. His swollen face was like a pig's head as he laid on the ground. He couldn't understand how Lin Yi, the guy Kong Mingming said would run away the moment he saw him, could be so powerful that even Master Xue was fawning over him. Lin Yi looked at Xiaolong coldly and waved his hand. Scram. Tell Kong Mingming that I'm waiting to see him. Xiaolong felt as if he'd been pardoned. He didn't dare say anything else as he quickly got up and ran. Although his face was a little pitiful, his body didn't suffer any serious injuries. Lin Yi and Xue Jianfeng had controlled their strength, and their attacks were well controlled. They only wanted to embarrass him a little. Xue Jianfeng looked at Xiaolong's back with envy. How great would it be if he could run with Xiaolong? Lin Yi stepped into the resting room, and Xue Jianfeng took one last look at Xiaolong disappearing around the corner before withdrawing his envious gaze and following Lin Yi. Senior Lin, do you have any other instructions? After Xue Jianfeng came in, he tactfully closed the door and stood respectfully at the side. Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Who's in charge of the common world right now? Where is the headquarters? Xue Jianfeng was slightly startled. He guessed that this was a sign that Lin Yi was going to make a move against the center. However, he had no way of completely betraying the center to Lin Yi. After all, the center's poison was still in his body. If the center was finished, then he, Xue Jianfeng, would be finished as well. This, I really don't know. Senior Lin, think about it. How long has it been since I left the primordial underworld? How could he have figured out all these things? Xue Jianfeng said with a troubled expression. What he said did make some sense. Lin Yi frowned slightly and said, You said that the person you were going to report to was Dr. Glasses. Who was this person? Where is your base of operations in Milva? Xue Jianfeng thought that Lin Yi already knew all of this, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, so he answered straightforwardly, Dr. Glasses is in charge of the center's research. As for his identity, he's probably the person in charge of the research, right? I'm not too sure myself. He's probably one of the higher-ups in the center, but he's definitely not the most important one. This wasn't a lie, but Xue Jianfeng was implying that Lin Yi had no use in capturing that Dr. Glasses. He wasn't the key person in the center. As for Milva's base, it doesn't have a fixed location. It often changes locations every day or two, so if Senior Lin wants to find the base here, there's no point in doing so. There's nothing of value here. Xue Jianfeng didn't know if Lin Yi would believe him if he said this, so he could only sneak glances at Lin Yi as he spoke, ready to change his words at any time. Lin Yi didn't doubt Xue Jianfeng's words. Although Milva wasn't bad, the headquarters of the center was indeed a little lacking. Moreover, it was normal for the center's headquarters to change locations frequently after knowing that he was here. After all, the incident at K Luo Mountain had directly chased the center out of the ancient underworld. Senior Lin, why don't you let me be your spy? If I discover that the leader of the center has appeared, I'll inform you immediately. What do you think? Xue Jianfeng suddenly said. Of course, these weren't his sincere words, but if he could deceive Lin Yi and make Lin Yi let him go, it would be a very good thing. Lin Yi was slightly startled. Regardless of whether Xue Jianfang was sincere or not, this was a good suggestion. After all, Lin Yi didn't intend to kill Xue Jianfang right now. Before he completely captured the leader of the center, he absolutely couldn't let the center have any suspicions. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to find clues about the center. Your suggestion is not bad. If you are sincere in helping me, I won't mistreat you. Lin Yi nodded noncommittally and said indifferently to Xue Jianfang. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xue Jianfang was instantly overjoyed. He had only said it casually, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to really show signs of agreeing. It seemed that this young master was indeed a genius. Senior Lin, please rest assured. I definitely want to help you sincerely. As soon as the leader of the center appears, I'll definitely inform you immediately. Moreover, if Dr. Glasses has any research progress, I can also inform you at any time so that you can be prepared. Xue Jianfang just wanted to leave Lin Yi as soon as possible. Therefore, he kept giving empty promises one after another. Anyway, once he escaped, he wouldn't be able to care about Lin Yi anymore. If you put it this way, I'm really quite interested. If you're making such a promise just to get rid of me, then the next time I see you, it will be the day of your death," said Lin Yi with a faint smile. Although he originally intended to let Xue Jianfang go, there was no harm in saying a few more words of this kind of casual threat. Xue Jianfang's body trembled slightly. He quickly put on a smile and said, "How could I? I've admired Senior Lin for a long time. It's my fortune to be able to forsake the darkness for the light. Please rest assured, I'll take care of this matter." After saying that, Xue Jianfang looked at Lin Yi cautiously. His eyes were filled with, "Can I go?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "If you go back like this, you might be suspected. I'd better leave a mark on you." Xue Jianfang was still thinking about leaving a mark when he immediately felt a pain in his left arm. Then, he heard a crisp crack. His arm was actually broken by Lin Yi. Chapter 57:11. He was cursing Lin Yi in his heart, but he still maintained the necessary respect on the surface. He didn't want to put his other arm on the line. "I'll leave a mark on you. You have a great recovery pill on you, right?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and said without a care. Although he couldn't kill Xue Jianfang, he could still make him suffer a little. Xue Jianfang endured the pain and quickly took out a great recovery pill, wanting to swallow it, but it was snatched away by Lin Yi. "Senior Lin, weren't you the one who told me to eat the great recovery pill?" Xue Jianfang felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. A broken arm wasn't a big injury. Even without the great recovery pill, it could be healed after a period of treatment with qi. It was just that the pain was a little annoying. Lin Yi put away Xue Jianfang's great recovery pill and said, "No, I wanted you to take out the great recovery pill for me. If you ate it now, what's the point of this injury? Alright, hurry up and go back. Let Dr. Glasses treat you." These words were very reasonable. Xue Jianfang was speechless and could only say goodbye to Lin Yi with a sullen face. He could finally escape from Lin Yi's clutches. Xue Jianfang swore that he wouldn't go near any place where Lin Yi was, unless there was a day when his strength could completely overwhelm Lin Yi. After leaving the exhibition venue, Xue Jianfang quickly rushed to the central stronghold. He wasn't afraid that Lin Yi would use his divine sense to monitor him, because if Lin Yi wanted to follow him, he could move his primordial spirit without being discovered. In the stronghold, the Glasses doctor was studying the Dr. Kang's golden creation medicines formula that Xue Jianfang sent back. When he saw Xue Jianfang returning injured, he said indifferently, "Injured? Did you run into Lin Yi again?" Xue Jianfang cursed, "Isn't it that bastard Lin Yi? Why do I run into him every time? This time, I managed to escape with great difficulty. Luckily, I only lost an arm. Do you have any more great recovery pills? I've run out of them." Chen Dongxing snickered in his heart, but he had some regrets. If he went alone this time, he might be able to reach an agreement with Lin Yi. There weren't many opportunities to meet Lin Yi alone. Chen Dongxing took out a great returning pill and handed it to Xue Jianfeng, saying, "Eat mine first. Fortunately, it's just a fracture. It will heal very quickly." The bespectacled doctor said without raising his head, "Don't worry. When I come up with a new potion, I'll give it to you to use. At that time, you don't have to worry about such minor injuries at all. Basically, you'll be able to recover immediately. You don't have to be afraid of getting injured anymore. So magical. Then, I'll be waiting to see." Xue Jianfeng was immediately overjoyed. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Should I tell Lin Yi about this? Go. Was he crazy? With this potion, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Lin Yi in the future. Xue Jianfeng quickly patted his forehead and drove the crazy thoughts out of his mind. What he said to Lin Yi just now was just a temporary measure. He mustn't take it seriously. What he didn't know was that Chen Dongxing was also hesitating on the side. Should he inform Lin Yi about this news or use it as a bargaining chip with Lin Yi? In addition to these two people, Big Brother Dafeng also wanted to inform Lin Yi about the situation here. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to go out alone to contact Lin Yi. He could only worry on the side. At the same time, Igratipovich, who was driven away by Lin Yi, also returned to his home. His family was indeed an ancient aristocratic family in Europe, but it wasn't as powerful as he said. On the other hand, Igratipovich's mother's family, which was his maternal grandfather's family, was the largest mafia family in the area. Seeing that her son had been beaten into a pig's head, Igratipovich's mother was furious. After asking for the reason, the former underworld princess immediately called her brother. "Edmund, my dear brother, your nephew was bullied. As an uncle, shouldn't you do something?" After the phone was connected, Igratipovich's mother spoke very elegantly. She was no longer angry when she saw her son being beaten up. Edmund, who was on the other end of the phone, laughed and said, "Josephine, my dear sister, do you only remember to call your brother when something happens? Shouldn't you contact your family more often if you have nothing to do?" "Edmund, I admit that what you said is right, but can we talk about your poor nephew first?" Josephine didn't seem dissatisfied and continued to speak unhurriedly. On the other side, Edmund shrugged and poured himself a glass of red wine, then said, "All right, as an uncle who loves the younger generation, of course I will stand up for our cute little Igratipovich. Tell me, what happened?" Josephine smiled in satisfaction and looked at the pitiful Igratipovich, then continued, "It's like this. Isn't Milva holding a medical exhibition? There's a medical group from the East, I think they're called Miracle Dr. Guan or something. Their people beat up Igratipovich. Edmund, you didn't see it, but your nephew's teeth were all knocked out. His entire face is swollen. It's so hateful. Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group." Edmund was startled. It sounded familiar. Wait, I think I've heard of this name before. Let me think. Right, one of their products is called Golden Creation, right? It's very effective, and you can't even buy it in Europe. Everything has to be smuggled over. Are they going to enter Europe? This is a good opportunity. My dear Edmund, aren't you focusing on the wrong place? Josephine frowned and expressed her dissatisfaction. That's right, their medicine is really amazing. 5 bodyguards had their limbs broken by them, but after using their medicine, their injuries healed very quickly. This is really surprising, but does this have anything to do with Igratipovich? Oh, yes, my dear Josephine. I have to admit that you're right. Let's talk about how to stand up for Igratipovich, then tell me what's going on with those 5 bodyguards. Edmund was obviously more concerned about the amazing effects of the medicine. As a mafia family, to have such a miraculous medicine was an invincible trump card. Chapter 57:12. As the princess of the underworld, she was used to being shot to death. It was also the simplest and most direct way to take revenge. However, Edmund obviously didn't think so. When he heard the suggestion, he immediately objected. "Oh, no, my dear sister, I understand how you feel, but this isn't in our family's interest at all. You know, the police have been keeping a close eye on us recently. If there's a shooting, especially if it's an important person from abroad, if it's escalated to a diplomatic level, our family will be in a very passive position." Josephine immediately fell silent. She was originally from that family, so of course she knew that Edmund's words were not false. However, it was impossible for her to just swallow this insult. Igor Radapovich, who had been listening on the side, came over and said with difficulty, "Uncle Edmund, I think you're right. Instead of killing them, why don't we control their channels and make them earn money for us? We can also threaten them and make them pay a higher price." Although Igor Radapovich didn't say it very clearly, Edmund was already thinking about this, so he immediately understood what he meant. "Little Igor, you've really grown up. This is a very good idea. You can talk about it in detail, and also tell us about the 5 bodyguards." Seeing that the person involved, Igor Radapovich, had the same thoughts as him, Edmonton was in a good mood. If they could become the product distributor for Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Company, they could foresee a huge amount of money flowing into their pockets. Igor Radapovich agreed, and first told him that the 5 bodyguards' hands and feet were broken, and then they took the other party's medicine. In less than 10 minutes, they could barely walk, and so on. Edmund, who was on the other side, took a deep breath. He had already overestimated the effectiveness of the medicine, but he didn't expect it to be even more shocking than he expected. It was almost like magic. This also strengthened Edmund's determination to become the agent of the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. Although his family wasn't involved in the medical industry, they couldn't let go of the opportunity to earn money. "Uncle Edmund, are you going to send someone to discuss cooperation now? If that's the case, I think you can get your men to lower the price. This way, we can guarantee our profits and teach them a lesson. I heard that the Sacred Alliance had talked to them before, but nothing was settled in the end. I guess the relationship between the two sides isn't that good. We can provide them with the channels they want the most, and lower the price is a must." Igor Radapovich laughed sinisterly. He accidentally pulled the wound on his face and immediately grimaced in pain. "What you said makes sense. Do you have any other suggestions?" Edmund had never thought much of his nephew, thinking that he was just a good-for-nothing. Although he doted on him for the sake of his sister, he had never thought that he would have such thoughts. Igor Radapovich covered his mouth with his hand and continued carefully, "It's like this. I think we can get their agent rights at a very low price, but don't get into a fight with them. As I said just now, these mysterious Easterners have amazing combat power. We don't need to fight them head-on. We just need to tell them our advantages. If they don't agree to our request, then there will be no place for them in Europe." Igor Radapovich could see that although Lin Yi was powerful, he obviously didn't dare to go too far here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped when he saw the security. So, using Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group as a breakthrough point should be able to threaten Lin Yi's group. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to make Su Shirhan obediently climb onto young Master Igor Radapovich's bed. Igor Radapovich smiled sinisterly and didn't voice out his dirty thoughts. Instead, he hung up the phone with Edmund. Edmund had already arranged for his men to take care of this matter, so all he had to do now was wait at home. Maybe he should get a better set of dentures first. At this time, the crowd in front of Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's booth had finally dispersed. However, the popularity brought by Su Shirhan didn't disappear. There were still many people who came to ask some questions. It made the staff arranged by Kong Xiaobo very busy. If it was before the Sacred Alliance, Miracle Dr. Guan's brand would attract a lot of cooperation. However, with the appearance of the Sacred Alliance, Europe's demand for Miracle Dr. Guan's products had decreased a lot. After all, although the Sacred Alliance's products weren't as good as Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's products, they were cheaper. Before, Miracle Dr. Guan's products were all smuggled in. The price was enough to scare away most people. Because of this, among the people who asked, most of them wanted to buy a batch of products from Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group and sell them in Europe. They wanted to see the effect before deciding on other things. There weren't many who wanted to be the agent. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi didn't care. It didn't matter if they didn't have an agent. As long as they could sell to Europe, it was fine. They believed that with the quality of their company's products, they would be able to cause a panic in Europe sooner or later. At this time, 3 white men in black suits walked over arrogantly. The one in front was holding a briefcase. Who is the person in charge of Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group here? The guy with the briefcase glanced at the people at the booth and asked arrogantly. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi looked at each other. They both felt that the other party didn't come with good intentions. However, they weren't afraid of trouble. Lai Changyi stood up and said, "I'm the co-director of Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group, Lai Changyi. What can I do for you?" "So you're a co-director. So you're the one who can make decisions. Very good." The guy who spoke nodded slightly and pointed at the seat behind him with his chin. "Let's sit down and talk. We want the European agent rights of your Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group." Chapter 57:13. After sitting down, the man with the briefcase said, "I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Fleischer family. You can call me Abel. Now, tell me, what's the price of the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's exclusive agency in Europe?" Kong Xiaobo raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Fleischer family. Lan Fen was in charge of collecting information. As her husband, of course, he would pay more attention to it. This family was the biggest mafia family around Milva. They were famous throughout Europe. If there was a ranking, they would be at least in the top 5 of the European mafia. Truth be told, Xiaobo didn't really like working with a house like this. They had too much of a bad reputation, and the Fleischer family's name meant butcher. It had been hundreds of years since they'd last changed their ways of doing things. Lai Changyi didn't care. Business was business. No matter who the partner was, it was fine as long as they could enter the European market. If the other party was strong, it would be good for the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. "Mr. Abel, if you're talking about the exclusive agency rights in Europe, then I think an agency fee of 10 million euros per year is quite cheap. As for the price of goods, we can also give you some discounts. We'll ship the goods at a 5% discount of our domestic retail price. Of course, you'll be responsible for all the shipping and customs duties. What do you think?" Lai Changyi calculated in his mind and gave a relatively favorable price. One had to know that the price of golden creation that was smuggled from China to Europe was at least 5 to 10 times the domestic retail price. Some places were even more expensive. The price that Lai Changyi gave was definitely a good price. Although Kong Xiaobo didn't really like the Fleischer family, he didn't have any objection since Lai Changyi was negotiating. Abel heard the price and shook his head. No. This price is still too high. You have to know that your products have no foundation in Europe, and you don't have any channels. We, the Fleischer family, will provide all the sales channels. So, this price of 5% is unacceptable. I think that 40% of the domestic retail price should be enough." Lai Changyi suddenly frowned. The 40% discount of the domestic retail price did not mean that there was no profit, but the products exported to Europe could obviously earn double or even 2 or 3 times the profit. There was no reason to continue to reduce the price. After thinking for a while, Lai Changyi calmly said, "I'm sorry, I don't think we can accept this price. If you really want to cooperate sincerely, we'll give you a 10% discount on the domestic retail price, plus an agency fee of 20 million euros per year. How about that, 20% off, 50 million euros for the agency fee? Abel immediately counter-offered, which was within Lai Changyi's acceptable range. Anyway, they only needed to open up the market in the first year. It didn't matter if they earned less. When the market opened up, they could sign a new contract. This time, the contract would not be more than 2 years. After calculating in his heart, Lai Changyi immediately smiled and said, "Deal. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Abel didn't reach out to shake Lai Changyi's hand. Instead, he took out a contract from his briefcase and stuffed it into Lai Changyi's hand. This made Lai Changyi a little embarrassed. There were several similar contracts inside. They were probably prepared according to different negotiation terms. Mr. Abel is really swift and decisive. He even prepared the contract. Lai Changyi laughed and withdrew his hand holding the contract. In his heart, he thought that these Europeans were rude. We, who came from the land of etiquette, don't stoop to their level. Just as he was thinking about this, Lai Changyi flipped open the contract. His eyes suddenly froze. Then, Mr. Lai, who came from the land of etiquette, directly threw the contract in his hand at Abel's annoying and arrogant face. "Get out. You're here to tease me, aren't you?" Lai Changyi's fat face that always had a smile seemed to be covered by frost. A terrifying aura rose from his body. Kong Xiaobo looked at Lai Changyi strangely. This guy had always been a nice guy. When he first met Lin Yi, he would hug Lin Yi's leg and cry. What kind of contract could make Fatty Lai so angry? Abel was unmoved this time. He rearranged the contract and put it on the table. "Mr. Lai, don't forget that this is Europe. It's our Fleischer family's territory. These terms are quite favorable for you. Besides, they were your own terms. Are you going back on your word now? I told you to get out." Lai Changyi narrowed his eyes. His eyes were flashing with anger. Kong Xiaobo reached out to take a look at the contract. His face turned green. The supply price was correct. It was 20% off the domestic retail price. However, the agent fee of 50 million euros wasn't paid by the Fleischer family to the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. It was paid by the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group to the Fleischer family. It wasn't that there wasn't such a way to pay agent fees, but basically, it was for those products that had no market at all. They had to beg others to sell them through a channel. In this way, most of the profits from the sales would go to the product company. Would the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's products have no market? If the supply couldn't meet the demand by smuggling 5 to 10 times the price, it showed the profits. If the Fleischer family asked for such an agent fee, then there wouldn't be any supply price because all the profits from the sales of the products would go to the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. Now, these guys wanted the agent fee for the channel and the profits from the sales of the products. What a joke. This kind of cooperation was equivalent to letting Lai Changyi and the others pay for the Fleischer family. Instead of that, wouldn't it be better to sell it in the country? As the #1 follower of Lin Yi Young Thug, Kong Xiaobo's temper was much worse than Lai Changyi's. In addition, he didn't have a good impression of the Fleischer family. After looking at the contract, he slapped it on Abel's face without saying anything. This time, it wasn't a light throw from Lai Changyi. It was a solid slap on Abel's face. His face was slapped to the side. Although it didn't contain any chi, it was more powerful than an ordinary adult slap. Chapter 57:14. After the 2 slaps, Kong Xiaobo's anger subsided a little. He clasped his hands together and shattered the contract into pieces. Then, he pushed Abel and the 2 people beside him out without any explanation. Abel, who had just regained his senses after being slapped twice, shouted furiously, "How dare you do this to me? Damn Easterners! Do you know that if you offend us, no one in Europe will dare to work with you? Just wait to get out of Europe with your tails between your legs. Lin Yi suddenly appeared beside Abel, grabbed him by the back of his collar and threw him out. Then, he threw the other two out as well. Then, he said coldly, "You can leave now. I want to see if there's really no one willing to work with us without you." After that, he turned around and smiled at Kong Xiaobo. "Xiaobo, well done. There's no need to be polite to these cheese." That being said, the people who came to ask questions earlier turned around and left when they saw this scene. It was obvious that they knew a lot about the Fleischer family. Abel crawled up from 10 meters away, yelling at Lin Yi. "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere with our Fleischer family's business?" Kong Xiaobo stepped forward and said, "This is our boss. He has the final say in everything in Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company." "Good. Very good. You will regret this." Abel was silent for a while, then he turned around and walked towards Dr. Kang's booth while cursing. At the same time, he turned around and said to Lin Yi, "You're not the only one here with golden creation. Although the effect of Dr. Kang's medicine is slightly weaker than yours, it won't be by much. I'll go look for them." This was obviously a sign of weakness. No one knew if it was Edmund's order or if he was really afraid. But Dr. Kang's cooperation was indeed within the plan. Edmund Fleischer wanted to monopolize the golden creation in the East. It wasn't enough to just get Miracle Dr. Guan's dealership. If he could get Dr. Kang's dealership as well, then he'd be able to make huge profits with a small investment. He'd be able to focus on whichever one was more profitable, and there wouldn't be any competition. Miracle Dr. Guan's booth, which had been filled with people before, became deserted once more after Abel left. No one would come to seek cooperation after knowing that Miracle Dr. Guan had offended the Fleischer family. Kong Xiaobo smiled bitterly. "Boss, it seems that this trip is in vain. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the increased production capacity can be absorbed in China. If it doesn't work, we can sell it to America. Such a small matter made you give up on your plan to enter Europe. Then you have no ambition." Lin Yi patted Kong Xiaobo's shoulder with a smile. He didn't seem to mind at all. Lai Chengyi also came over with a smile. "Boss is right. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Don't worry." "Oh right, the boss, why did you come alone?" "Oh, I came back to take a look. They're still eating. Why don't you two go and eat as well?" "Let them watch over here," Lin Yi said casually. He also noticed Abel and the others coming over. It seemed like they didn't come with good intentions, so he came over to take a look. "It's fine. You go eat, boss. Old Lai and I will wait here. Maybe someone will come and ask about it." Kong Xiaobo said a little dispiritedly. He still had some ideas about entering Europe, so he wanted to see if there were more opportunities. Lin Yi sighed softly in his heart. Originally, he didn't want to continue to intervene in the affairs of the secular world, but now it seemed that he still had to use his previous relationships. It was not impossible to destroy the Fleischer family by force, but unless this method could wipe out the entire population of Europe, it was bound to cause a backlash in the future. At that time, Lin Yi would return to Heaven Stage Island, and Kong Xiaobo and the others would become the people who would bear the brunt of the anger. He took out his phone and dialed the familiar number. After it was connected, Lin Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say, "Princess, help me check." But he immediately realized that Ran had fallen into a deep sleep. The intelligence contact of the Black Butterfly organization had probably been changed a long time ago. Sure enough, there was a pleasant but unfamiliar female voice on the other side. She said softly to Lin Yi, "Hello." Lin Yi replied, "I'm fine." Then the person on the other side said, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." Lin Yi whispered, "The Black Widow is dead." To be honest, Lin Yi didn't understand how his master came up with such a contact code back then, and it hadn't changed for so many years. When Ran Ran was still around, Lin Yi didn't need to say it because Ran Ran knew Lin Yi's number and voice. As long as it was Lin Yi calling, she would know immediately. "May I ask for your code name?" The soft female voice continued to explain the process. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and said faintly, "Eagle, killer code Z0001. "Hello, Eagle. Is there anything I can help you with?" The girl's tone was noticeably more respectful after Lin Yi introduced himself. "Please help me check the contact information of a person with the surname Buffon in my previous mission. I forgot his name, but I only know that he is the young master of the Buffon family in Europe." Lin Yi only remembered that there was such a person, and he should be able to help Kong Xiaobo and the others. "Okay, please wait a moment," the female voice said softly, and then continued after only 2 or 3 seconds, "I found it. I have sent it to your mobile phone. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No, thank you." Lin Yi thanked her and hung up the phone directly. Then, he opened the text message. Sure enough, he had received a new message. It was the contact number of the young master of the Buffon family. As long as he could contact him, the threat of the Fleischer family could be resolved. Kerman Buffon, this was the person Lin Yi was looking for. In a mission that year, Lin Yi saved Kerman's life. Now that he was looking for him to do something, he wouldn't refuse. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Then, there was deafening music and noise from the other end. It seemed that this guy was out at a bar. "Hello, who is it? Say something. Don't disturb me from drinking." A young man's voice shouted impatiently. It seemed that he was a little unhappy about being disturbed. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said plainly, "Kerman Buffon. I am Eagle." The other side seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then there was an excited scream, "Eagle! Brother Eagle! Quiet! You guys keep quiet!" Chapter 57:15. Lin Yi smirked. It seemed like Kerman did not forget that he saved his life. Also, the Buffon family seemed to be quite powerful. Kerman took a few deep breaths. Then, he asked nervously and excitedly, "Brothering, is that really you?" "It's me. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you?" Lin Yi casually greeted him. After all, they had not contacted each other for many years. "Of course I'm fine. Damn it, Brothering, where have you been all these years? Do you know how many times I've been looking for you? But your previous organization told me that you've already retired. They don't even have your contact information. I've sent people all over Asia to look for you. Unfortunately, there has been no news of you. You finally remembered to call me." Kerman spoke very quickly. Fortunately, Lin Yi's English hearing was not bad. Otherwise, he might not have been able to understand what he was saying. However, Kerman said that he had been looking for him. This surprised Lin Yi. Back then, he only saved him once. Later on, they established a certain level of friendship. But there was no need for Kerman to look for him for so many years, right? For example, Lin Yi himself did not even remember Kerman's name. If it wasn't for the detailed information in the text message, it would be awkward for him not to be able to remember Kerman's name. "Brothering, where are you now?" "Asia." "Give me the specific coordinates. I'll fly over to meet you immediately." After Kerman spoke, he immediately asked for Lin Yi's location. It seemed like he had been looking for him for a long time. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm in Europe now. Milva, if it's convenient for you, you can come over and meet me. I have something to talk to you about." "Milva?" "I'm in the nearby town of Mendoza. It's very close to Milva." "Brothering, wait for me. I'll come over immediately." where do you want to meet me? Kerman was overjoyed. His voice was filled with excitement. Lin Yi thought about it and said, I'm staying at the Milva International Hotel. Why don't you come over there and call me when you're there? No problem. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Brother Ing, wait for me. Kerman immediately hung up. It seemed like he rushed out to drive. Lin Yi tilted his head. He didn't know why this guy wanted to see him so much. Perhaps it was because he admired him. After all, he was only a teenager when Lin Yi saved him, the age where he worshipped heroes. After seeing Lin Yi's skills, he made Lin Yi his idol. No matter what, Kelman's attitude was helpful to Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it. He turned back to Xiaobo and Lai Changyi. Come, let's go back to the hotel. I've found someone to represent us, there shouldn't be a problem with the European channels. Xiaobo stared blankly at Lin Yi. Boss, you're so cool. You even know people in Europe. Lai Changyi slapped the back of Kong Xiaobo's head. He laughed and said, what are you talking about? Do you only know how awesome Boss is now? Kong Xiaobo thought about it and agreed. However, he still had to take revenge for being hit by Lai Changyi. Two joint directors were fighting without any warning. The atmosphere just now was gone. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He didn't care about the two. He walked out of the venue and called Sun Jingyi and the others. He told them that he was going back to the hotel and that they would go back together after Languza finished his meal. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi laughed as they followed behind Lin Yi. They didn't care about the booth. After what the Fleischer family did on the first day, they probably wouldn't have any intention to cooperate. A few workers were enough to deal with it. After the three of them returned to the hotel, they waited for Kerman at the bar. Kong Xiaobo asked Lin Yi how he knew Kerman. Boss, didn't you transfer from the mountains to Songshan High School? Since when did you know the young master of a big family in Europe? Kong Xiaobo poured a glass of red wine for Lin Yi and asked curiously. These lackeys didn't know much about Lin Yi's past, and when he was with Lin Dongfang, no one dared to disturb his and Nan Qing's private world, so it was normal for him to ask about it now. Ha! Who said I'm going to Songshan High School? I'm actually going there to be a bodyguard. Lin Yi smiled as he reminisced about the time when he first came to Songshan. I came here before when I was doing a mission, so it's normal to know people from Europe. Boss, you're going to be a bodyguard. For who? Kong Xiaobo paused and looked like he wanted to gossip. Yao Yao, of course. You can't even guess that. It's a mission my old man gave me, and it's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Lin Yi explained the whole story briefly, and the two felt as if they'd finally understood what was going on. I see, that's why Boss doesn't look like a student. Speaking of which, Boss, why didn't you go after the two prettiest girls at home and went after sis-in-law Tangyun instead? Kong Xiaobo laughed as he wondered if Boss thought that rabbits don't eat the grass near their nest. Lin Yi looked strangely at Kong Xiaobo and said, didn't you tell me to go after Tangyun? Kong Xiaobo was dumbfounded. It seemed like it was true. He couldn't say anything and could only raise his glass to Lin Yi and Lai Changyi. The three gently clinked their glasses. After Lai Changyi took a sip of red wine, he said to Lin Yi with interest, Boss, can you tell us about your glorious past? Otherwise, wouldn't it be shameful if we don't even know Boss' glorious past? Kong Xiaobo immediately nodded and said, that's right, Boss, tell us about that Kerman Buffon first. How did you meet him? He seems to have some power here. Okay, since we have nothing to do anyway, let's just talk about it. Lin Yi usually wouldn't talk about his past. He was in a good mood today, so he told Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi, I was only 16 years old at that time. I came to Europe to carry out a mission and save the life of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. That was Kerman Buffon. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi listened attentively. After 10 seconds, they saw that Lin Yi didn't continue talking and they couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Boss, then that's it." Lin Yi said matter-of-factly. Chapter 57:16. However, Lin Yi could go into detail about what happened after he arrived at Songshan, but Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi both knew about it. Seeing how emotional Lin Yi was, they could only sigh along with him. Not long after, Kerman's call arrived. After knowing Lin Yi's exact location, Kerman only took 5 to 6 minutes to appear at the entrance of the bar. The young man from back then had grown a lot taller. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans with a beige casual suit. Coupled with his slightly curly short blonde hair, one would think of the word low-key luxury at first glance. "Kerman, over here." Lin Yi waved at the door and stood up with Kong Xiaobo. This was out of respect for a friend, and it had nothing to do with Kerman's identity. Kerman looked towards the direction of Lin Yi's voice, and his face was instantly filled with joy. He stretched his long legs and rushed over, not even bothering to greet the young man behind him. "Brother Ing. I finally found you." Kerman ignored Lin Yi's outstretched hand and rushed up to give Lin Yi a big hug. Then, he smiled and nodded at Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi. He hadn't introduced Lin Yi officially, but since he was one of Lin Yi's people, it was only natural for him to express his goodwill. Lin Yi waited for the person who came with Kerman to come over before gesturing for everyone to sit down. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi introduced themselves, saying that they were both Lin Yi's underlings, instantly making Kerman feel a lot closer. "Brother Ing, this is Lyman Gerard, my friend. His family is related to mine, so Lyman often comes out with me to play." After Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi introduced themselves, Kerman also introduced the young man who came with him. "Greetings, big brothers. I am Lyman Gerard. If you have any trivial matters in Europe, you can look for me to make arrangements. If there are any major matters, I will still need Brother Kerman's help." Lyman said with a brilliant smile. This young man easily gave people a good impression. He did not have the aura of a playboy. Perhaps it was because of Lyman's respect for Lin Yi and the others. From the conversation between the two, Lin Yi could easily determine that Lyman should be Zuckerman's younger brother, or in other words, the Gerard family itself was the younger brother of the Buffon family, so Lyman was more or less a follower, following Zuckerman everywhere to play. After the new glasses were delivered, Lyman took the initiative to take the bottle and poured wine for Kelman. He also asked Lin Yi and the others if they needed any more wine before pouring it for himself. "Brother Ing, where have you been all these years? Why couldn't I find you?" After raising his glass and toasting Lin Yi, Kerman couldn't wait to ask. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "It's me, I'm in school." Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi couldn't help but laugh. Their boss just said that he wasn't going to school, but to be a bodyguard, and now he said that he was going to school. But this wasn't wrong, Lin Yi did stay in school for a long time. Of course, it was only in name. In reality, he skipped classes every 2 to 3 days. School. Kerman paused, not expecting an answer like this. No wonder the men he sent out couldn't find Lin Yi at all. He'd never asked his men to pay attention to any of the students in the school. "You said that you've been looking for me for a long time, what's the matter?" Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to talk about Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. He asked Kelman first. Kelman shook his head, trying to get rid of the fact that Lin Yi was going to school. He put on a look of admiration. "It's like this, Brother Ing, I've always wanted to be your disciple. I was young back then, so I didn't think about it. I only regretted it after you went back. I've been looking for you for a few years now, and I finally found you. Today, you must take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts." Lin Yi was speechless. This was really a hero complex. For the sake of learning martial arts, this guy had been looking for someone all over the world for a few years. This guy's heart was quite firm. Layman followed, "Brothering, if it's possible, please take me as your disciple. I'm the same as Brother Kelman, I admire your martial arts." "Don't worry, Layman. If Brothering takes me as his disciple, I'll definitely take you as my disciple. After we finish learning, we'll be able to sweep across Europe." Kelman patted his follower's shoulder, as if Lin Yi had already agreed to take them as his disciples. But Lin Yi didn't say anything. How did it become a certainty? Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi couldn't stop laughing. They didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing with their boss. It wasn't a wasted trip. Lin Yi looked at the two's shoulders and smirked. He said to Kelman, "You guys don't have any foundation right now. You should learn from Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi first. I taught them. You guys will be in contact with each other in the future, so it'll be convenient for them to teach you." Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi were dumbfounded. Why were they involved? They were the co-directors of the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. They didn't have time to play around with these two kids. In fact, the two of them were only a few years older than Kerman, but from their point of view, Kerman could only be considered as children who were still wet behind the ears. Kelman and Layman looked at Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi with distrust. Especially Lai Changyi. He was at the foundational stage, but he still looked like a fatty. He didn't look like a master at all. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi weren't happy. Kelman and Layman weren't happy either. Lin Yi smiled and pointed at the alloy table in front of him. He said to Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi, "The corner of this table is a bit sharp. It'll hurt easily. Cut it off with your hands and make it smoother." He wanted them to show off their skills to intimidate these two foreigners. Actually, what Lin Yi said was child's play to Kong Xiaobo and Kelman. It was effortless. Since their boss ordered them, they could only shake their heads and smile. Both of them stretched out a finger and gently drew an arc on the corner of the table. Immediately, a smooth and thin line was cut out of the alloy table by their Jinqi. Both of them casually pinched the small corner of the table and took it off. Kelman and Lehman's mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they saw. Is this magic? "Brothering, you brought two magicians, right?" Chapter 57:17. Kong Xiaobo looked at him like he was looking at a country bumpkin and said proudly, "Come, Kerman, move aside. This arc isn't smooth enough, let me fix it." After Kerman moved aside, Kong Xiaobo wiped the corner with his hand, and a layer of fine metal powder was scattered on the ground. Kerman looked at the corner again, and the shape had indeed changed. Only then did he believe that what he saw was real. At that moment, the two European youths looked at Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi with shining eyes. Their shocked expressions made the two of them feel that it wasn't bad to have two disciples like them. Lin Yi smiled, "All right, this matter is settled. Now, let's talk business." Kerman wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and sat up straight. "Big brothering, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you." "That's not necessary. If you're troubled, you don't have to force yourself," Lin Yi said with a smile before getting back to the main topic. "Kerman, I wanted to ask, does your family have a medical business?" So Big Brothering wants to ask about business. Then there's no problem, I'll definitely be able to help. My family does all kinds of business. Just leave it to me, Big Brothering." Kerman smiled and said confidently. "All kinds of business. Is it a shopping mall?" Kong Xiaobo interrupted with a smile. He didn't think that Kerman would turn around and nod at him. "We do have shopping malls, but there's only about 30 of them in the whole of Europe. We need to continue expanding." Kong Xiaobo's eyes lit up. It seemed like the Buffon family was really strong. From what Kerman said, shopping malls were one of the less important businesses, but these channels were very helpful to the sales of the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's products. Lin Yi nodded, that's good. Have you heard of the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group? Miracle Dr. Guan wants to sell his products in Europe, and he needs an agent. Before Lin Yi could finish, Kerman said excitedly, Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Corporation, the one with the gold sore medicine, right? I know. When I sent people to find Brothering, I heard about Miracle Dr. Guan's golden sore medicine. My men even smuggled some over, and the effects were amazing. Brothering, are you representing Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company? If that's the case, you must give us the dealership. Lin Yi and the other two were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Kerman to know about their products. However, his explanation was acceptable. Anyone who stayed in the country and came into contact with the gold sore medicine would have a deep impression of this product. Since Kerman knew about it and had the intention, it was easy to negotiate. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi reintroduced themselves as the co-director of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Kong Xiaobo immediately decided to cooperate with them. Although Kerman was young, he was the leader of the new generation in the Buffon family who had a lot of power. He could take the dealership on his own. Out of respect for Lin Yi and the fact that he was about to learn martial arts from Kong Xiaobo, Kerman generously gave them the greatest sincerity he could. The dealership fee to Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company every year was 100 million euros, and the supply price was the retail price in the country. This condition was much better than what he just gave to the Fleischer family. The dealership fee was a few times higher, not to mention the supply price. Furthermore, Kerman wasn't just giving away money for free. Cooperation was a win-win situation. His subordinates were in the business of smuggling godly Dr. Guanguan's golden sore medicine, and they knew how terrifying the profits were. As long as they could get the exclusive agency rights, a mere 100 million was nothing. If they had a sufficient supply, they could easily earn 700 to 800 million euros a year. Both parties were very sincere, and they quickly finished discussing the details. They agreed to sign the contract tomorrow, and Kerman would hold a press conference to spread the news. After all, Miracle Dr. Guan's golden sore medicine had always been a smuggled product, but it had a good reputation. If they used this opportunity to spread the news, it would definitely be an instant hit. After discussing the business, Kerman, who looked like an elite in the business world, immediately turned into a young man who dreamed of martial arts. He pestered Lin Yi and the other two and started asking all sorts of questions. In the end, the two were drunk and sent to the hotel room. Lin Yi and the other two finally got away. It was almost 1:30 in the morning. Sun Jingyi and the others had already returned to rest. The three went back to their rooms to rest. The next afternoon, House Buffon arranged a press conference at Miracle Dr. Guan's booth to prepare for the signing of the contract with the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. All of this was handled by House Buffon, and Lin Yi didn't have to worry about it. Kerman, on the other hand, only woke up at noon, and after washing up, he came to the stadium in high spirits. It wasn't time yet. The press conference hadn't been set up yet, but Abel got the news from somewhere. He knew that someone was going to sign a contract with the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group, so he rushed over with his men. Seeing that Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi were there, but Lin Yi wasn't there, Abel waved his hand and ordered his men to spread out. They surrounded Miracle Dr. Guan's booth, preventing anyone from entering the area. Kong Xiaobo's face darkened when he saw this. Abel, what's the meaning of this? Are you causing trouble? Which eye of yours saw me causing trouble? I'm maintaining order. I'm helping you. Shouldn't you be thanking us? Abel was quite shameless. He lied through his teeth. Thank you, but we don't need it. Please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Kong Xiaobo laughed coldly. Abel was stunned. Kong Xiaobo's actions last night were still fresh in his memory. But Igratipovich said that these people followed the rules. At least they didn't dare to act recklessly after the security arrived. Abel was at ease. Is this your private place? Why don't we call the security and ask if there's such a saying? Abel looked at Kong Xiaobo mockingly. He knew that Kong Xiaobo wouldn't be able to do anything. Chapter 57:18. Abel looked at Kong Xiaobo's defeated expression and smiled proudly. Mr. Kong, I've said it before. Without the support of the Fleischer family, you'll have a hard time in Europe. How about it? I've prepared a new contract from yesterday. Why don't you sign it? Look at how magnanimous I am. You should be grateful for this. Languza suddenly appeared out of nowhere with a big bag of hamburgers in his arms. His mouth was also stuffed full. Seeing Abel's arrogant look, he turned to Kong Xiaobo and said vaguely, Brother Kong, this guy looks quite annoying. Do you want me to help you beat him up? Kong Xiaobo smiled. These days, he and Languza had become familiar with each other. He knew that Languza simply liked to fight. To be more precise, he liked to bully noobs. However, Lin Yi didn't allow him to casually make a move. If Kong Xiaobo agreed, then it wouldn't violate Lin Yi's order. No need. Languza, you go find boss. I can handle this. Kong Xiaobo smiled and waved his hand. He knew that Languza didn't hold back. He didn't dare to let Languza make a move. Languza shook his head regretfully. He took out a hamburger from the bag and took a big bite. Then he went to the lounge. Lin Yi, Sun Jingyi, Su Shihan, and the others were waiting there. Abel suddenly felt cold sweat on his forehead. The moment he saw Languza, he thought of the 5 bodyguards of Igor Gratipovich. It was said that they were caught by this blue-haired guy in an instant. Then, their limbs were mercilessly broken. If Languza attacked him just now, wouldn't he end up in the same miserable state? Abel was secretly afraid. He didn't dare to say anything to provoke Languza. Anyway, today's goal was to destroy the contract between Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Company and some European companies or individuals. As long as he showed the name of the Fleischer family, he believed that not many people would dare to mess with them. Yo, isn't this the watchdog of the Fleischer family? Why are you in such a good mood? Where's your master? Didn't he come with you with a leash? Just when Abel was thinking that not many people would dare to offend the Fleischer family, a fearless person walked over. It was the young master of the Buffon family, Kerman Buffon. Looking back, Abel's face turned ugly. Kerman didn't bring Layman alone. There were more than 20 bodyguards. They were supposed to maintain order at the scene. Who would have thought that they would be surrounded by the people from the Fleischer family before the conference even started? Kerman, this is the territory of the Fleischer family. I'm doing something serious right now. Are you trying to provoke us by bringing people here? Abel said in a deep voice. Although he was afraid of the Buffon family, he wasn't afraid. I don't have the time to provoke a watchdog. I'm here for serious business. Do you see the setup for the press conference? Kerman pointed at the press conference, which had yet to be completed. His meaning was self-explanatory. Kerman Buffon. This is the business that our Fleischer family wanted first. Are you trying to snatch it from us? Abel stared at Kerman angrily. He immediately realized that it was the Buffon family that had formed a partnership with the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group. But he also knew that there wasn't much hope for this business. The strength of the Buffon family was no worse than that of the Fleischer family. Perhaps it was even stronger. More importantly, the Fleischer family and the Buffon family had always been at odds. They were originally enemies, so they would not give him face. As expected, Kerman laughed. That's funny. You're saying it as if you didn't snatch business from us. Plus, I've officially formed a partnership agreement with Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. I'm not like some shameless people who only know how to use underhanded methods. Forget it, why am I wasting my breath on a dog? It's a waste of my saliva and lowers my status. Abel's face turned green. He gritted his teeth. Kerman Buffon, don't forget where you are. This is Milva, the territory of our Fleischer family. Aren't you afraid that old Buffon will be sad if you come here and cause trouble? This time, Lehman didn't need Kerman to speak. He sneered, what a joke. If your Fleischer family dares to touch Kerman here, we, the Girard family, will be the first to teach you a lesson. Abel narrowed his eyes and looked at Kerman and Lehman with murderous intent. Although the Girard family was the younger brother of the Buffon family, and their strength was more than a level lower, the Girard family was famous for their crazy fighting spirit. If they really bit the Fleischer family, even if they couldn't kill the Fleischer family, they would definitely be able to tear off a large piece of flesh. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to argue with a watchdog like you. Get lost. If you want to cause trouble for this young master, send Edmund or those useless sons of his to deal with me. You're not qualified. Kerman said to Abel in disdain. He then waved his hand and asked his men to chase him and the Fleischer family away. This was their territory, but Kerman had the confidence to do so. Needless to say, this guy had the potential to become an overlord when he fully matured. Although Abel was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. His heart was bleeding as he watched a cornucopia of business being snatched away like this. If he had known this earlier, he would have signed the contract according to Lai Chang's conditions yesterday. The conditions were really very favorable. It was very easy to earn €1 billion a year. Now, it was all for naught. Dr. Kang's golden sore medicine, which was similar to Miracle Dr. Guan's, was taken away by the Sacred Alliance long ago. The Fleischer family who lost both ends could only watch as others ate the meat. They couldn't even get a share of the soup. All of this was because of that idiot Igratipovich. What a stupid idea. Abel thought hatefully. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. Kerman was right. He was just a dog under Edmund, and Igratipovich was Edmund's nephew. What should he do in the end? Edmund had to figure it out himself. Chapter 57:19. Kong Xiaobo smiled and nodded. Boss is here. He's resting in the lounge. Did you sleep well last night? It was all right. This little bit of wine is nothing. How about we go for a drink after today's conference? Kerman said with a smile as if he wasn't the drunk person yesterday. Kong Xiaobo didn't mind. With his strength, he could drink a jar of white wine, let alone a few bottles of red wine. It wasn't a big deal. It was normal for him to not get drunk after thousands of glasses of true qi. The two of them stood at the side and chatted for a while. The background of the conference was almost done. If the banner, Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group authorizes Buffon Group to sign the contract for all products in Europe, was hung earlier, the unlucky Abel probably wouldn't have walked into the muzzle of the gun. That's why it was said that the early worm would be eaten by the bird. Wouldn't everything be fine if you came a little later? With the Buffon family's presence, the rest of the process went smoothly. Kerman, as the representative of the Buffon family, signed his name with Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi under the flashing lights. Then, they exchanged the contract and officially announced the establishment of the partnership. The Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group had also begun their steps into Europe. Although the Fleischer family was unwilling, they didn't dare to do anything to Kerman on the surface. Both parties were enemies, but before they had full confidence, no one would go against Kerman. Especially since this was the Fleischer family's territory. If anything happened to Kerman, it didn't matter if it was done by them or not. In the end, the Fleischer family would be besieged by the other neutral families. So, not only could Edmund not do anything to Kerman, he had to ensure Kerman's safety. As for whether he would secretly find someone to kill Kerman after leaving the Fleischer family's territory, it would depend on the situation. After the signing was done, there was nothing for Lin Yi to do. The matter of opening the European market would naturally be handled by the Buffon family. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi only needed to sit at home and collect the money. Big brother Ing, where are you going now? Kerman chuckled as he followed behind Lin Yi. He had found a big business for his family, which was a huge contribution. Furthermore, he could finally learn the martial arts that he had been dreaming of. His mood was indescribable. Coleman did not need to worry about the follow-up business, so he was very free now. It would be best if he could follow Lin Yi around. Lin Yi smiled and said, I'm going to Lan Mi with them to watch Qingyi's concert. If you have nothing to do, come with us. Even if Lin Yi didn't invite him, Kerman would probably go with him. Hence, Lin Yi decided to ask him to come along. Kerman immediately smiled and nodded, I'm fine. I'm free all day. I know Qingyi. She's a very famous Chinese singer. I happen to be her fan. Let's go together. Brother Ing, do you have tickets? Do you want me to get someone to buy them? Qingyi's concert tickets were sold out a month ago. There was no such thing as a scalper in Europe. Only a young master like Kerman would dare to ask for tickets. Lin Yi smiled and said, that's not necessary. We can just go in. Go in. Kerman was a little suspicious, but when he saw Su Shihan coming out of the resting room, he knew how to get in. Su Shihan. What was unexpected was that Lyman and Keeman, these two guys that were inseparable, were Shihan's fans as well. They didn't even care about Lin Yi and the others when they saw Shihan, rushing over to ask for an autograph and a picture. Sure enough, the young master of a big family was still an ordinary person. He would have the need to chase after celebrities. However, compared to trash like Igor Adopovich, these two brats were obviously more likable. At least they wouldn't show off their status and look down on celebrities and other artists. After a while, Kerman found a long limousine and put Lin Yi and the others in. They left for Blue Rice. There was food, drinks, and entertainment in the car, so they didn't feel that time was short. By the time they reached Lan Mi and Qingyi's concert venue, the sky was already dark. The group had already eaten their fill in the car, so they didn't need to find a place to eat. Su Shihan directly brought them to the venue. Of course, the only one who was unhappy was Languza. The limousine wasn't enough for him to eat his fill. A truck was more suitable. With Qingyi's arrangements, Lin Yi and the others were seated at the very front. Kerman and Lin Yi were quite pleased with themselves as well. They'd always gotten the best seats for concerts, but this was the first time Su Shihan had brought them here personally. It was a completely different feeling. A song and dance started the concert. Qingyi's voice was different from Su Shihan's. It lacked the ethereal aura, but it was more fiery and direct. Coupled with her graceful figure and sexy dance, it ignited the atmosphere of the audience. If Su Shihan was a fairy, then Qingyi was a witch. When the two appeared at the same time, the entire venue seemed to explode. The sound waves shot up to the sky. One could see how popular the two were in Europe. They were definitely treated like superstars. After the song, Qingyi held Su Shihan's hand and said shyly, "Today, I'm very happy that so many friends came to my concert. Especially one of them, she's my most important and favorite person." The entire audience burst into a huge uproar. No one had expected that Qingyi, who had never been involved in any scandals, would suddenly say such a thing. Lin Yi was also a little stunned. He vaguely knew what Qingyi was going to say, but he couldn't do anything right now. After the crowd calmed down, Qingyi continued, "I've always liked this person, but I've never confessed. Because he's the person my good sister likes, so I didn't dare to say it. If it was possible, I would never say it. But today, my good sister encouraged me. Happiness is something that you have to fight for yourself. So, I mustered up the courage to confess to him in front of the whole world." Chapter 57:20. Lin Yi sweated profusely. Qingyi had already made it so clear. If he still couldn't confirm that he was the one being confessed to, then he would really be an idiot. To be honest, Lin Yi had a good impression of Cheng Yi. Although Cheng Yi approached Su Shihong as a spy and tried to seduce Lin Yi, everything proved that she was a good girl. Sun Jingyi, Kong Xiaobo, and Lai Changyi all looked at Lin Yi with a mischievous smile. Lin Yi already had a lot of girlfriends. He didn't care if there was another Cheng Yi. Even Sun Jingyi wasn't unhappy at all. This matter would be settled after Cheng Yi said it. The fans all shouted in unison, "Confession! Confession! Confession!" Although Cheng Yi was a super idol, the fans were more appreciative of their idols. They were full of romantic genes. To be able to witness this romantic moment was also very fortunate for them. After getting the encouragement from the fans, Cheng Yi finally gathered her courage and looked at Su Shihong gratefully. Under Su Shihong's encouraging gaze, she let go of her hand and slowly walked to the front of the stage. The spotlight followed Cheng Yi. It was as if she was the only person left in the world. When she said the name of the person she was going to confess to, another spotlight would shine on him. The two of them became the protagonists of the world. Suddenly, all the light sources disappeared without any warning. The whole place was plunged into endless darkness. At first, everyone thought that it was the preparation for the confession. Because Cheng Yi was shy, she needed some darkness to boost her courage. Many people laughed out of kindness. Only Lin Yi felt that something was wrong. The moment the light disappeared, Lin Yi's divine sense was completely blocked. Even the people around him couldn't feel it. This was obviously not a normal situation. Lenguza! Protect them! Lin Yi let out a low roar and grabbed Sun Jingyi, who was beside him. He grabbed her slender waist and flew up to the stage. In his memory, Cheng Yi's location was nowhere to be found. Lin Yi didn't stop and continued to rush towards Su Shihong. At the same time, he shot out tens of Jin Qi towards Su Shihong. In the next moment, Lin Yi's hand held Su Shihong's slightly cold palm. His heart suddenly calmed down, and he whispered, "Shihong. Brother Lin, it's me." Su Shihong's voice was slightly shaky. "There was something trying to catch me just now, luckily you came fast. Where is he?" "I don't know either." Lin Yi answered casually. He shot out a ball of Dan fire and controlled it to circle around the stage. However, the Dan fire could barely light up a foot around him. After flying around, there was nothing. Where was Cheng Yi? The audience finally realized that something was wrong and started to panic. They all screamed because their phones couldn't light up the person next to them. Not to mention the light from the screen, even if they turned on the phone's flashlight function, it was the same. It was as if there was a monster in the darkness that was devouring the light. Lin Yi brought Sun Jingyi and Su Shihong back to the front row. At this time, it was better for everyone to stay together and take care of each other. 10 seconds later, the lights came back on. The audience's emotions calmed down a little, but Cheng Yi was still nowhere to be seen. The security guard started to appear to maintain the order and let everyone stay calm. Lin Yi's divine sense returned to its original function, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any trace of Cheng Yi. A living person completely disappeared under Lin Yi's eyes without leaving a trace. This kind of possibility was almost impossible. But now that it happened, the biggest suspect was only the center. "Brother Lin, where did he go?" Su Shihong grabbed Lin Yi's arm tightly and asked in panic. Lin Yi shook his head. "I can't find her at the moment, but don't worry, we will find Yi eventually." After comforting Su Shihong, Lin Yi turned to Languza. "I'll leave this place to you. You must protect their safety. I'll go find Yi." Languza nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, boss. I'll protect them with my life." With his strength, apart from Lin Yi, he was basically invincible in the secular world, so Lin Yi was very relieved. As long as they were by Languza's side, there shouldn't be any problems. After nodding at the crowd, Lin Yi transformed into his primordial spirit form and flew above the concert venue. He expanded his divine sense to almost cover the entire blue rice. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Yi searched, he couldn't find any trace of Qing Yi. It was as if she had never been here in the first place, completely disappearing without a trace. At the same time, on the flying saucer far away from Lan Mi, Xiaolong was laughing weirdly. Lin Yi, that idiot, how dare he hit me? You always like to act cool in front of me. Are you dumbfounded now? Ha ha ha. Let him be arrogant. Now that he can't even protect his woman, let's see how he'll act cool in the future. Chen Dongqing looked at Xiaolong in disdain from the corner. He really looked down on this guy. He didn't have any skills at all, and yet he always wanted to step on Lin Yi. If it wasn't for his brother Kong Mingming's position in the center, he wouldn't have let him on this flying saucer at all. Chen Dongqing, who already had thoughts of joining Lin Yi's side, felt that the center was hopeless. They were just a bunch of defeated soldiers who didn't dare to fight Lin Yi face to face, and even resorted to kidnapping people. They even let trash like Xiaolong participate in the plan. It was like a joke. How was this even a big deal? It was a pity that Chen Dongqing couldn't go out as he pleased, and he didn't have any tools to contact Lin Yi. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity to show off. Xiaolong was still laughing maniacally, and Chen Dongqing snorted inwardly. This idiot thought that he could threaten Lin Yi just because he had Qing Yi in his hands. If he got caught by Lin Yi, wouldn't he just die? If he wanted to fight against someone as strong as Lin Yi, the most important thing was to have enough strength to fight him. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. Even he, Chen Dongqing, could see through this, but none of the smart people in the center could see through it. It could only be said that they were a bunch of short-sighted rats. Chapter 57:21. In the isolation room, Qing Yi woke up, but she didn't panic. She calmly observed her surroundings. It wasn't as if she didn't know anyone in the ship, like Xiaolong, the son of Miracle Dr. Kang's family. She knew who he was. Xiaolong. Did you kidnap me? Qing Yi's eyes stopped on Xiaolong as she said coldly. She reached out and touched the alloy bars in front of her. With her strength, normal bars couldn't stop her. However, as soon as her fingers touched the fence, a strong electric current instantly surged into her body, causing her arm to fly out. Qing Yi let out a muffled groan, and her whole body fell on her back. Xiaolong turned to the isolation room and laughed. Qing Yi, don't waste your strength. There's over 10,000 volts of electricity on top of the bars. You're lucky this time, I only touched your fingertip lightly. If you'd grabbed it, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Qing Yi's entire arm was numb from the electricity, and half of her body had fallen into a strong numbness. She struggled to sit up and said with a sneer, "What's the use of capturing me? Lin Bro will find me soon and save me. When that happens, none of you will be able to escape." "Huh, you're using that idiot Lin Yi to threaten me? You've got some guts." Xiaolong stood up and walked to the bars, looking down at Qing Yi. "If Lin Yi wants to save you, he'll have to find you first. Of course, I'll give him a chance. As long as he gives me the Miracle Doctor Medicine Group's formula, I won't mind letting him find you. Don't even think about it. I have nothing to do with Lin Yi. You think you can use me to threaten him?" Qing Yi was glad that she didn't have the chance to confess to Lin Yi. At least now, she and Lin Yi were just normal friends. She shouldn't be used to threaten Lin Yi. Xiaolong paused. This was something he cared about. He wanted to capture Su Shihan or Sun Jingyi. These were the two people Lin Yi cared about. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to capture any of them. They're all useless. I can't even capture the key person. Xiaolong muttered in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Do you want to die? Chen Dongqing said coldly. He was a profound ascension stage cultivator. No matter how softly Xiaolong spoke, it couldn't escape his ears. If it was Kong Xiaoming here, Chen Dongqing might have some concerns. After all, he was an important member of Sky Class Island, but Kong Xiaolong was nothing. He wasn't even a cultivator and didn't have any special abilities. If they really killed him, the center probably wouldn't do anything to Chen Dongqing. Xiaolong shivered slightly. He wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he couldn't afford to offend these two masters. He laughed dryly to cover it up and turned to Qing Yi. You better pray that Lin Yi comes to exchange for you. If he doesn't, then you're useless. We'll just use you for human experiments. Of course, it's not right to say that you're useless. You're an international superstar, after all. Before the human experiments, I can have a taste of a superstar like you and see how you taste different from other women. Qing Yi's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. After all, it was useless to say anything. Chen Dongqing looked at Xiaolong with more and more disdain. Although he wasn't a good person in the past, he couldn't stand Xiaolong's shamelessness anymore. If he really had the chance to follow Lin Yi, he could give this trash's head to Lin Yi as a small gift. Shui Jianfang said faintly, "Don't talk nonsense. I know Lin Yi. He looks kind and righteous on the surface, but he'll protect anyone who's related to him. Even if this Qing Yi isn't Lin Yi's woman, as long as she's his friend, Lin Yi won't leave her alone. Go back first and wait for Lin Yi to come." Xiaolong glared at Qing Yi and turned back with a smile. Master Shui's right. Lin Yi's just a hypocrite who likes to put on an act. This means that the plan this time is a success. Chen Dongqing's eyes lit up when he heard Shui Jianfeng's words. He didn't think that Lin Yi was such a protective person. Anyone who followed him wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In other words, switching to Lin Yi was more of a good thing than a bad thing. Unknowingly, the balance in Chen Dongqing's heart tilted towards Lin Yi's direction. If he got the chance, he might just go to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi flew around Lanmi a few times. His divine sense searched the whole city inch by inch, but he still couldn't find anything. He could only return to the stadium helplessly. During this time, all the audience was evacuated, but the entire stadium was locked down. Qing Yi's sudden disappearance from the concert was definitely a big incident in this city. If it weren't for the huge number of people, the police wouldn't even allow anyone to leave first. Su Shihan and the others were naturally still in the stadium. They just returned to the backstage. Langusa protected everyone meticulously and was ready to make a move at any time. When Lin Yi appeared alone, Su Shihan showed an obvious disappointed expression. Even the omnipotent Lin Yi couldn't find Qing Yi. Didn't that mean that Qing Yi was dead? Boss, didn't you find out? Langusa asked with a rare serious expression. The other party was able to capture someone under his and Lin Yi's eyes. This was indeed very powerful. At the same time, it made Langusa lose face. Lin Yi shook his head. No. But even if we didn't find out, it's still a discovery. From this situation, the only possibility is that the Central Command Center captured Qing Yi. Since they captured her, they must have a purpose. When the time comes, they will definitely contact me. So don't worry, Qing Yi is still safe for now. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Shihan was slightly relieved. But Qing Yi falling into the hands of Lin Yi's enemies wasn't a happy thing. They must save her as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there was no clue. They could only wait for the Central Command Center to contact Lin Yi. Chapter 57:22. The UFO didn't slow down until it was more than 1,000 meters deep into the sea, slowly gliding towards a trench. When the UFO got closer, the dark trench suddenly lit up with starry lights, and the trench slowly opened up to two sides, revealing a huge metal platform. The UFO landed smoothly on one of the platforms according to the lights and entered the platform. Xiaolong, who was in the UFO, couldn't help but exclaim, "There's a base like this at the bottom of the high seas. It's too shocking. It feels like I'm watching a sci-fi movie. With this kind of power, it'd be easy for the center to rule the world, right?" Chen Dongqing said in disdain, "Don't be surprised." In fact, it was his first time here, and he was equally shocked. However, there wasn't much technology in the ancient Jianghu, so a mobile phone and a base like this didn't make much difference to him. He thought that since there was such an incredible device like a mobile phone, there was nothing to be surprised about. At most, it would be many times bigger than a mobile phone. After the seawater in the elevator was emptied, the sound of a door opening came from the UFO. Xue Jianfang pressed a button and signaled the two to bring Qingyi down. Walking out of the elevator, the glasses doctor was waiting at the door. He ignored Xue Jianfang and the others and said to Qingyi politely, "Miss Qing, I've heard a lot about you. Your voice is very beautiful, and I've never had the chance to hear you sing live. This time, I've finally invited you as a guest. This is the Sacred Center. Welcome, Miss Chang." Qingyi snorted and didn't pay attention to this guy in glasses at all. No matter how she looked at him, he was a pervert. Why bother with him? If it weren't for the fact that all the meridians in her body were sealed by Xue Jianfang's pure qi, Qingyi might have killed this guy directly. He seemed to be the leader of this group, and also the leader of Lin Yi's enemies. Killing him should be of great help to Lin Yi, right? Miss Qing doesn't seem to be very happy. It doesn't matter. I will arrange for someone to take Miss Qing to visit our central sacred region first. I believe you will like it here very soon. The doctor smiled nonchalantly and gave an order to his follower to bring Chen Dongqing and Xiaolong around the sacred base, while he brought Xue Jianfang in another direction. Obviously, in the bespectacled doctor's heart, Xue Jianfang's position was higher than Chen Dongqing's. This also made Chen Dongqing, who had left, lean towards Lin Yi. Xue Jianfang didn't ask anything, instead silently following behind the bespectacled doctor. After walking through a long alloy tunnel filled with a sci-fi atmosphere, the bespectacled doctor finally stopped in front of a door. After taking off his glasses, countless rays of light moved from the top of his head all the way to the tip of his toes. A three-dimensional projection appeared on the door, comparing the face, skeleton, iris, and other aspects. After confirming that there was no mistake, the door silently slid open. "Come in." The bespectacled doctor put his glasses back on and said faintly without turning his head. Xue Jianfang nodded silently and followed in. The room was like a small screening hole. In front of a huge screen, there was a long curved table made of alloy. There were 7 chairs on the side facing the screen. At this time, a young woman was sitting on the chair in the middle. The bespectacled doctor walked to the woman and bowed slightly. "Miss Lan, the person has been captured. What should we do next?" Lan Xiaoru's fingers moved quickly on the table a few times, and the huge screen was instantly divided into hundreds of small screens, showing the important passages of the sacred region in the center. Among them was the scene of Qingyi, Chen Dongqing, and Kong Xiaolong. Lan Xiaoru nodded. "Qingyi, she's a good bait. How's the development of the new medicine?" "We've already made a sample. If Miss Lan agrees, why don't we let Xue Jianfang test the effects of the injection?" The bespectacled doctor didn't care that Xue Jianfang was behind him. He spoke as if Xue Jianfang was a normal lab rat. Xue Jianfang was furious, but if it could increase his strength, then so be it. There was no need to be so calculative. Lan Xiaoru turned to Xue Jianfang and said faintly, "Xue Jianfang, you're an elite that the Central is focusing on nurturing. Every time there's a new medicine that can increase your strength, we'll give it to you first. You have to know that the materials to make these medicines are very rare, and the production is very limited. If you're not willing, you can tell us. We'll consider changing people to test it." Of course, we won't give you priority when it comes to medicine in the future. Shui Jianfeng was slightly startled. Although it was still the same meaning, Lan Xiaoru seemed to say it more pleasing to the ear. Even if there was a threatening tone, Shui Jianfeng could accept it. Miss Lan, please let me use the medicine. I believe that I can handle any new product. Shui Jianfeng was very straightforward. If he couldn't increase his strength, then he would never be able to surpass Lin Yi. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Lin Yi was Shui Jianfeng's greatest enemy. Shui Jianfeng had always wanted to kill Lin Yi. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was suppressed by Lin Yi in all aspects. This made him thirst for strength even more. Even if he had to bear a certain risk, he wouldn't hesitate. Lan Xiaoru didn't know what Shui Jianfeng was thinking. After hearing the answer she wanted, she nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. As long as you're willing to cooperate, you'll always be an elite that we focus on nurturing. I called you here to talk about this. You can leave first. After I discuss with the bespectacled doctor, I'll inject you with the new medicine." Shui Jianfeng bowed slightly and agreed respectfully. Then, he turned and left the room. After the room door closed, Lan Xiaoru said to the bespectacled doctor, "How's the effect of the new medicine?" She didn't care about the indicators like safety. The most important thing was the effect. Chapter 57:23. Lan Xiaoru shook her head and said, "There's no time. Let's try it first. I've contacted the main body on Heavenly Island. He said that Lin Yi's spirit was projected over this time. His physical body has no signs of damage after such a long time, which means that his spirit didn't affect his physical body too much." The doctor in glasses raised his head slightly and looked at Lan Xiaoru. "You mean to deal with Lin Yi's spirit with all our strength?" "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would agree to you guys taking hostages? This kind of retarded blackmail plan is simply an insult to my intelligence. But it's a good choice to use as bait." The doctor in glasses calculated in his mind and felt that this plan was completely feasible. The only thing he needed to worry about was the reaction from the higher-ups. Won't killing Lin Yi's spirit cause an accident from the higher-ups? You have to know that this is different from the previous plan. The doctor in glasses said with some worry. He didn't have the guts to openly disobey the orders from the higher-ups. Lan Xiaoru's fingers gently tapped on the metal table, making a soft sound. Then she said with a smile, "The main body said that as long as Lin Yi's physical body doesn't die, there won't be any problems. Since it has been proven that the separation of the spirit won't affect his physical body, then we can take the opportunity to kill Lin Yi's spirit. This is the best opportunity. Anyway, if something happens to his spirit, he can only blame his bad luck. As long as his physical body is alive, we can explain to the higher-ups. In that case, we can give it a try." The doctor in glasses finally nodded in agreement. After all, Lin Yi had given him too much pressure recently. If he could get rid of Lin Yi, it would also be a good thing for him. It's not a try, it must succeed. Lin Yi's growth rate is beyond our imagination. If this continues, he will become a big problem for us sooner or later. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Lan Xiaoru's face. When the doctor in glasses saw this, he felt a slight chill in his heart. "Understood, I'll call Lin Yi now and ask him to come over." "Miss Lan, have you thought about how to deal with him?" The doctor in glasses took out his phone and asked worriedly. Lan Xiaoru waved her hand and said, "Do what you need to do first, I will make arrangements for the rest." The bespectacled doctor nodded slightly and did not dare to ask any more questions. He immediately dialed Lin Yi's number. "Lin Yi, if you want to save Qing Yi, then make sure that all the formulas of the Godly Doctor Medical Group are ready, and then wait for my call to exchange them. If you don't agree, prepare to collect Qing Yi's body." After the glasses doctor finished speaking quickly, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for Lin Yi to answer. Lan Xiaoru furrowed her brows and said, "Are you sure it's Lin Yi?" The bespectacled doctor was stunned. He looked at the phone and said, "There's no mistake. This is Lin Yi's number. It's the latest." Did he speak? What if the person who answered the phone wasn't him? Lan Xiaoru continued to ask. The bespectacled doctor was speechless. After a moment of silence, the bespectacled doctor picked up his phone and said, "Let me confirm." After dialing again, the bespectacled doctor pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Are you Lin Yi?" "It's me." Lin Yi's voice came from the other side, which made the bespectacled doctor heave a sigh of relief. "Do you understand what I said just now?" It seemed too awkward to hang up just like that, so the bespectacled doctor could only ask casually. "I understand. Where is the transaction?" Lin Yi was still extremely calm. "Wait for my call." The bespectacled doctor hung up again, then said to Lan Xiaoru, "It's Lin Yi." After saying that, he suddenly felt like he was acting like an idiot, and it immediately triggered a serious embarrassment. He could only cough and say, "I will go and inject the medicine into Shui Jianfang first. Let me know if there's any news." Then, he turned around and left. When Lin Yi heard the busy tone from the phone again, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't know who had contacted him just now. It should be the center, but was it really okay for the center to use such idiots to do things? How did they develop and become so strong? "Boss, is there any news about Yi?" Kong Xiaobo saw Lin Yi put down his phone, so he quickly asked with concern. "Sort of, the other party should be the center. This time, their target is the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group's formula, and they want me to use the formula to exchange for Yi." Lin Yi looked at Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi, and he didn't intend to hide it. Fortunately, Kelman and Layman were taken away by the Buffon family. Otherwise, if they just signed the contract with them and had to give the formula to someone else, even if they had a good relationship with them, it wouldn't be easy to ask for it. Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi didn't care. After all, this company originally belonged to Lin Yi. Although they had put in all their effort, in order to save people, they couldn't care so much. "Boss, if that's the case, then let's prepare first. No matter what, Yi's safety is the most important." Kong Xiaobo and Lai Changyi looked at each other and immediately expressed their stance. Lin Yi nodded and said, "I'll see how the situation goes. Let's prepare the things first." Actually, there wasn't much to prepare for these things. Lin Yi was the one who came up with it, so who would know better than him? It was just that Kong Xiaobo and the others were in charge of the company now, and Lin Yi didn't interfere at all, so they still needed to go through this formality. Very quickly, Kong Xiaobo prepared the formula and passed it to Lin Yi, and then they began to wait for the center's call. The center didn't let them wait for too long, and very quickly, they called again, "Lin Yi, find a boat by the sea yourself, and sail it near the international waters. We will contact you when the time comes for the specific location. Remember, you can only come alone. If anyone follows you, you will have to collect Xingyi's body." Lin Yi said coldly, "I understand, you guys wait." This time, Lin Yi originally planned to go alone, and the other party's request was exactly what he wanted. Of course, if Languza went with him, as a sea dragon, he could still unleash his greatest power in the sea, but Lin Yi still needed Languza to stay behind to protect Su Shihan and Sun Jingyi. Compared to that, this mission was more important. After putting away the phone, Lin Yi didn't wait for the others to ask and directly said to Languza, "Languza, you stay behind to protect them, I will go alone to save Yi. Don't worry, in this world, there is no one or thing that can threaten me." Sun Jingyi and Su Shihan were a bit worried at first, but after hearing Lin Yi's domineering words, they chose to stay silent. After a few words, Lin Yi transformed into his primordial spirit state and directly flew to the sea. Chapter 57-24. Very good, you didn't play any tricks, did you? Now drive straight to the east, I will inform you when the time comes. Lin Yi didn't find anything with his divine sense. The other party should be observing him through the satellite, right? If that was the case, then Lin Yi really didn't have any other way. Following the other party's instructions, he kept driving east, and after half an hour, he was asked to keep driving south, then west, and then north again. This was directly going around in a circle back to the original point. Knowing that the center was making him go around in circles, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. These child's tricks were all within his expectations. You're almost out of gas, right? 10 nautical miles south, there is a mobile refueling ship on the sea, you can go there and refuel. The center was quite considerate, calculating that Lin Yi's gas was almost out, and even pointed him to refuel. Lin Yi said coldly, "How long do I have to walk on the sea? When can I trade?" "Hee, you're out of patience. Don't worry, go refuel first." After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and Lin Yi could only go refuel first. In the central holy region at the bottom of the sea, Lan Xiaoru didn't come up with a feasible plan to deal with Lin Yi, because no matter how she thought, in the end, it seemed that there was no way to kill Lin Yi's primordial spirit. Letting Lin Yi take a walk on the sea at the beginning was really to wear down Lin Yi's patience and drive, but in the end, it became something that had no choice, because the action plan against Lin Yi couldn't be established. How's Xue Jianfeng's condition? Lan Xiaoru contacted the laboratory and asked. Xue Jianfeng was the strongest means that could threaten Lin Yi now. If Xue Jianfeng could succeed, then they would have more confidence in dealing with Lin Yi. The bespectacled doctor shook his head and said, "There are no side effects from the injection, but the effect is worse than expected, less than 1/10 of the original estimate. Although it can heal itself, the speed is quite slow, and it can't play a decisive role in a battle." What is going on? What is the problem? Lan Xiaoru resisted the urge to roar in anger. It was such a good plan, but the execution was full of loopholes. She was about to go crazy. "I've asked Xiaolong to take a look. Perhaps there's something wrong with Dr. Kang's formula." Xiaolong knocked on the door just as the doctor finished speaking. Xiaolong nodded after taking a closer look. "This recipe has been altered. It's not the original recipe of House Kang. Change it back immediately and continue the experiment." After Lan Xiaoru finished speaking, she forcefully cut off the video communication, rubbed her forehead and sat down. It seemed that Lin Yi's stroll on the sea would have to continue. However, Lin Yi had a lot of patience. It didn't matter if he spent a little more time. He would just take it as watching the scenery. While Lin Yi was cruising on the sea, Dr. Glasses had begun the development of a new potion. Lin Yi did not make many changes. After all, it was impossible for him to make changes in the wrong direction. The technicians in the center were not fools. They might not be able to tell if the potion was weak, but if there was a problem, they wouldn't use it directly. So, the doctor's previous efforts were not in vain. He only made some minor adjustments to the original potion, and it became a new reagent. The materials needed for the potion were precious, but there were spares in the warehouse. In less than half an hour, the new potion was ready. Xue Jianfeng, the previous potion had some flaws, but it should be fine this time. When your genes completely fuse with the potion, you'll be able to recover from the damage you received in battle. That way, you'll have an immortal body. The doctor was afraid that Xue Jianfeng would have other thoughts, so he comforted him with a rare smile. Hearing the words, immortal body, excited Xue Jianfeng. This was the best chance for him to suppress Lin Yi. Of course, he wouldn't give it up. He nodded firmly. "Doctor, give me the injection." "I'm ready." The doctor nodded with satisfaction and didn't say anything else. He directly pushed the potion and the syringe into Xue Jianfeng's arm. Xue Jianfeng wasn't worried at all because the first injection didn't have any adverse reactions, which meant that the safety of the potion was still very high. In particular, the healing speed of the wound was indeed several times faster than before. So, Shui Jianfeng wasn't worried about the second injection, but he was looking forward to it. After the potion completely entered Shui Jianfeng's body, there was no abnormality at first. After about 10 seconds, Shui Jianfeng suddenly twitched violently. Then, his head tilted, and he passed out completely. The doctor was shocked. Shui Jianfeng was now not only a qualified test subject, but he was also the strongest trump card they used to deal with Lin Yi. If something went wrong now, Lan Xiaoru probably wouldn't forgive him. Hurry up and report the status. What's going on? The doctor rushed forward. While checking Shui Jianfeng's physical condition, he shouted orders to the assistants around him. The assistants didn't wait for the doctor to finish and had already started working. After all, this kind of situation often happened in the laboratory. They didn't know the importance of Shui Jianfeng, so they weren't as nervous as the doctor. Heartbeat data is normal, blood pressure is normal, cell activity has increased by 800%, and it's still increasing. Thinking curve is smooth, and he's in a deep coma. An assistant quickly summarized the various indicators to the doctor, so that he could grasp Shui Jianfeng's real-time situation immediately. The doctor was instantly relieved. After a careful check, he straightened his back and said, "It's okay. He should be in the process of gene fusion, which is why this happened. He'll probably wake up soon. You guys observe him closely, and report to me immediately if there's any abnormality." "Yes, doctor." The assistants answered in unison and then continued with the work they were doing. The doctor wiped the sweat off his forehead and then connected to Lan Xiaoru's video call. "Miss Lan, the new potion has been successfully developed. It's been injected into Shui Jianfeng. Initially, it seems that the situation is still relatively stable, but we can only be sure after Shui Jianfeng wakes up." Chapter 57-25. "Okay, I'll inform them right away." The doctor didn't waste any time and called Dafeng Bro after he cut off the communication with Lan Xiaoru. He was together with Chen Dongqing and Zhao Long, so he informed them as well. 3 minutes later, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Lan Xiaoru went straight to the point. Everyone here can be considered the backbone of our center. Right now, we need to get rid of Lin Yi, a troublesome enemy. You're all familiar with him, and I want to know if anyone can provide any effective methods." They all looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. If Lin Yi was easy to deal with, he would have died hundreds of times already. Why would they need to discuss this? Plus, Dafeng Bro was Lin Yi's spy, and Chen Dongqing was starting to side with Lin Yi. Even if he thought of something, he wouldn't say it easily. As for Zhao Long, he and Lin Yi were people from two different worlds. The difference was too big, and he didn't dare to say anything even if he wanted to. Lan Xiaoru waited for more than a minute, and seeing that no one was willing to speak, she pointed at Chen Dongqing. "Old Chen, you're close to Lin Yi in terms of strength, and you've dealt with him the most. You should be the one who understands Lin Yi the most. You go first." Chen Dongqing scratched the back of his head and pretended to be dumb. "I don't know. Every time I meet Lin Yi, I'm always the one at a disadvantage, and Lin Yi never looks like he's serious. So, if we're talking about understanding, I'm about the same as everyone else." Lan Xiaoru froze. What he said made sense, but Chen Dongqing said that he was useless in front of his superior. It seemed like he didn't care about his superior's feelings at all. Putting a piece of trash in an important position meant that there was something wrong with his superior's judgment. The doctor coughed and changed the topic. "Miss Lan, Lin Yi is only a primordial spirit now, not his real body, so his combat strength is definitely not as strong as his real body. We'll think of a way slowly, and we'll be able to find his weakness eventually. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to slowly think of a solution." Lan Xiaoru snorted. She couldn't keep leaving Lin Yi to go in circles on the sea. If Lin Yi lost his patience and went straight back to Heaven Stage Island, wouldn't all her plans be for naught? That. Miss Lon, Dr. Glasses. Can I say something? Xiaolong asked weakly, raising his hand. He was a dispensable existence here, and no one cared about him. Even if he wanted to speak, he had to ask for Xiaoru's permission first. Lon Xiaoru glanced at Xiaolong and waved her hand casually. Speak. Xiaolong was suddenly excited. He pinched the knot of his tie and coughed lightly. It's like this, my cousin Kong Ming Ming, Miss Lon, you know him. He's a refiner, and I seem to have heard him mention that a normal primordial spirit is very afraid of refining fire. Since the doctor said that Lin Yi is now a primordial spirit, then can we start from this aspect? Maybe we'll be able to get rid of this annoying bastard. The doctor nodded, that's a good idea. Using refining fire to deal with primordial spirits is the most suitable, but there doesn't seem to be any refiners in the base, so we can't deal with Lin Yi in a short time. Maybe we can use artificial fire to replace it. Chen Dongqing suddenly objected, I don't think that's a good idea. Lin Yi is an elixir refiner himself, and many people know that he has used elixir fire many times in the small world of the immemorial era. If he was really afraid of elixir fire, why would he still use it? Dafeng Bro seized the opportunity and quickly added, yes, we only have one chance, and we can't be careless. If refining fire doesn't pose a threat to Lin Yi, we'll be in big trouble here, so we must be careful. Lon Xiaoru nodded, you're all right, but this is indeed a feasible method. Dr. Glasses, refining fire may not be of much use to Lin Yi, but you can use the characteristics of refining fire to develop artificial fire, and it might have a miraculous effect. Miss Lon is so wise. But since Lin Yi is so powerful, I think that since we're going to develop artificial fire, we might as well develop a super fire, in case it's not powerful enough and Lin Yi escapes. Xiaolong flattered Lon Xiaoru a little, and then put forward his own idea. He was the same as Kong Ming Ming, wishing that Lin Yi would die quickly. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, he would use it as viciously as possible. Lon Xiaoru immediately made the decision, that's settled, Dr. Glasses, I'll leave this matter to you. Before Xue Jianfeng wakes up, we must develop the super fire. Lin Yi's patience is probably wearing thin. Okay, I'll do it right away. The doctor agreed without hesitation, and then got up and went back to the lab without saying goodbye. Although the super fire was a little difficult, it was much easier than making medicine. The doctor had a plan in mind, and when he went out, a simple design had already been formed. The corner of Chen Dongqing's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, Lin Yi, I can only help you up to this point. If you die in their hands, I won't have to make a choice. As for the calm Dafeng Bro, he was actually very anxious. If he could contact Lin Yi, he would risk his life to inform Lin Yi. Unfortunately, in this base, Dafeng Bro had no way of contacting Lin Yi. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was still going for a spin on the sea, but he wasn't that stupid. He wasn't going to do anything and let the people in the center toy with him. After 2 laps, Lin Yi realized that no matter where he went, he was always going in a circle or a square, not deviating from his course at all. What was the intention of the center doing this? Or, the location of the center's base was actually nearby. With this speculation, Lin Yi simply concentrated his divine sense in one direction. In this way, the accuracy and linear detection length were far from comparable to the previous range detection. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't find anything even after scanning the area in 4 different directions. Could it be some divine sense shielding prop? If that's the case, it should also be able to find the blank spots in the divine sense, right? Lin Yi murmured in doubt, and suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. At the bottom of the sea. Chapter 57-26. With this idea in mind, Lin Yi immediately shifted his divine sense to the bottom of the sea. After a while, he really found the central sanctuary hidden under the trench. It's really at the bottom of the sea. They're really well hidden. If it weren't for my powerful divine sense, I might not have been able to find them. Lin Yi said with a sneer. He was already thinking about how to sneak into the trench without anyone noticing. Now, Lin Yi was sure that the center must be using satellite positioning to observe him. Once Lin Yi left the yacht, he would be discovered by the center immediately. If he wanted to sneak into the bottom of the sea without alerting the other party, he had to deceive the satellite in the sky. Although Lin Yi was powerful, he had no way of destroying the satellite in space at the moment. Third Cloud Dragon Appearance. Lin Yi only needed a little thought to find a way. The Third Cloud Dragon Appearance was originally a martial arts technique of the Green Cloud sect. It could allow people to continuously move in the air without the help of external forces. At the same time, it would leave behind a phantom image that was enough to pass off as the real thing. In the current situation, Lin Yi did not need the complete Third Cloud Dragon Appearance. He only needed to leave a phantom image to mislead the satellite. Moreover, it did not need too much time. It was enough for him to enter the underwater base. Copying and modifying martial arts techniques was a piece of cake for Lin Yi. What's more, the Third Cloud Dragon Appearance was originally something of the Green Cloud sect. Lin Yi completed the modification in a breath's time. After setting the yacht to autopilot, Lin Yi directly launched the modified version of the Third Cloud Dragon Appearance. A realistic phantom image sat in the cockpit, while his real body entered the sea through displacement. To enter the central sanctuary, one had to dive more than a kilometer. For ordinary people, they would have been crushed by the terrifying water pressure. However, Lin Yi did not care at all. The moment he entered the water, he transformed into the primordial spirit state and completely ignored the resistance of the sea. The phantom image on the yacht would dissipate in a few minutes. Lin Yi had to approach the central sanctuary and enter it during this time. Fortunately, the primordial spirit state was extremely fast. In less than a minute, it had already appeared above the central sanctuary. It's Lin Yi. The central sanctuary's alarm system suddenly issued a sharp alarm, and a guy on duty in the monitoring room actually discovered Lin Yi's figure. If he had been a few minutes later, the base would have been infiltrated by Lin Yi. At the same time as the alarm sounded, a transparent protective film appeared above the trench. Lin Yi wanted to use his primordial spirit to pass through the protective armor, but it was a little too late. He hit the protective film and was bounced back. What is it? Even my soul can't pass through it. But it doesn't matter. Since the infiltration has failed, I'll just attack them head-on. Lin Yi's face turned cold. He flipped his palms, and in the center of his palms were two perfect super pill fire bombs. Boom! Boom! Two huge explosions in a row caused the entire seabed to be involved in a huge whirlpool of water and fire. Lin Yi did not dare to get too close to this place. After throwing out the super pill fire bombs, he turned into a primordial spirit and quickly retreated several nautical miles. The violent explosion at a depth of a kilometer formed a huge wave on the surface of the sea. It took a few minutes before it gradually subsided. The yacht that Lin Yi had been on was directly overturned and directly turned into floating debris in the sea. When the aftermath of the explosion subsided slightly, Lin Yi appeared above the trench again. However, what made him helpless was that the protective film was still undamaged under the attack of the two super pill fire bombs. It was indeed a high-tech thing that could block Lin Yi's primordial spirit state. The strength of its defense was simply incredible. Since Lin Yi had developed the super pill fire bomb, this was the first time he had returned without success. Back in the endless sea of the ancient Jianghu, a super pill fire bomb could kill a large number of sea monsters in seconds. Ha ha ha, too awesome. Dr. Glasses, this base of yours is too awesome. Lin Yi, that pretentious head, has become an idiot this time. Xiaolong saw this scene on the monitor, and his originally frightened emotions immediately turned into excitement. He couldn't help but laugh and dance, looking completely crazy. Glasses also laughed dryly a few times. To be honest, Lin Yi's attack really scared him. This protective film was his proudest work, but just now Lin Yi had almost reached the limit of the protective film. The power output in that instant was no less than the explosion of 2 hydrogen bombs. Lan Xiaoru also came to the Glasses lab and asked with a serious expression, "Dr. Glasses, how is the research on the super pill firebomb?" Chen Dongqing and the others all looked at the Glasses. This was the question they were most concerned about. Of course, everyone's mood was different. Xiaolong definitely wanted to attack immediately and kill Lin Yi directly. Dafeng Bro, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. As for Chen Dongqing, it was a bit complicated. He didn't know which one was more hopeful. The bespectacled doctor's hands moved back and forth on the control panel rapidly, even leaving a series of afterimages behind. However, it was not a problem for him to multitask, so he could still find the time to reply, "Almost there. It'll be done in less than 2 or 3 minutes." He paused for a moment. "If our protective film can last for another 2 or 3 minutes, Xiaolong, who had been laughing non-stop, froze. He thought that the protective film wouldn't have any problems, but from the looks of it, it wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 minutes. Chen Dongqing looked at the monitor, agreeing with the Glasses' deduction. He didn't know where the limit of the protective film was, but he could sense that the attack just now had shaken the film. Now that Lin Yi had put his hands together and condensed a super pill firebomb that was bigger than the previous 2 combined, it was hard to say whether or not it would break through the protective film. Lan Xiaoru narrowed her eyes and ordered, "Send all the instantaneous energy into the protective film. We can't let Lin Yi in so easily." The so-called instantaneous energy was all the energy in a short period of time to supply the protective film. If it was used like this for a long time, the oxygen supply system in the base would be paralyzed, so it couldn't be used like this all the time. Chapter 57:27. Execute the order. Lan Xiaoru completely ignored Big Brother Dafeng and shouted in a deep voice. The bespectacled doctor did not hesitate and immediately completed the input of the order. In an instant, the entire base fell into complete darkness. Only the outer layer of defense shone brightly. At the same time, Lin Yi's super alchemic fire bomb descended again. It was even louder than the previous 2 super alchemic fire bombs. The raging fire even burned up all the seawater in this area in an instant. The blazing light was like a new sun being born in the dark seabed. The entire terrain of the trench was flattened by the aftermath of this terrifying explosion, completely revealing the huge metal monster in the center of the sacred zone. The layer of defense trembled violently as if it would shatter at any time. However, after a while, this fluctuation and trembling slowly subsided. Lin Yi, who had retreated to a distance again, had an ugly expression on his face. His divine sense could observe that the layer of defense was almost at its limit, but it still managed to withstand it. If the power of the super alchemic fire bomb was a little stronger, it might have been successfully broken. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the super alchemic fire bomb was, it was difficult for Lin Yi to control it. Once it was thrown out, it might not be able to retreat in time. Lin Yi himself would also be pulled into the vortex of the explosion. That would really be courting death. Miss Lan is really wise. If it weren't for your prompt decision, this layer of defense would definitely have been destroyed. After the energy supply of the base was restored, the bespectacled doctor quickly input a series of complex instructions again. He did not forget to compliment Lan Xiaoru. "This time, we should be able to buy more time. You should speed up the progress. I don't think Lin Yi will give up just like that." Lan Xiaoru did not have the slightest smile on her face. From the recovered monitoring, she could see that he was rushing over like lightning again. The consumption of the defensive layer needed time to replenish. Even if it was only for a few seconds, it was still a blank period. Lan Xiaoru naturally knew this weakness very well. The first time, because of the aftermath of the 2 super pill firebombs, Lin Yi chose to watch from afar and condense a new and more powerful super pill firebomb. But this time, Lin Yi did not continue to wait. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi passed through the aftermath of the explosion and appeared above the central sanctuary defense layer. The modified version of the Cloud Dragon's third appearance allowed him to move like a ghost. He moved 3 times in a row, avoiding most of the remaining explosive power, and arrived at the place he wanted to go almost unscathed. The murderous aura of the 5 elements transformed into a flood dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it let out a silent roar. It directly engulfed the seawater within it, and like a falling meteorite, it struck the defensive layer. There was a huge tremor. Circles of ripples spread out in an instant, and Lin Yi's body was also bounced back, but his attack was effective. Traces of cracks began to appear on the defensive layer where the 5 elements flood dragon struck, and then faster and faster, and in just a breath's time, the cracks had spread to the entire defensive layer. How is this possible? Isn't this an energy-converted defensive layer? Why are there cracks that look like they're real? Lan Xiaoru looked at all this on the monitoring screen in shock, and could not help but exclaim. The bespectacled doctor did not raise his head, and his fingers were moving so fast that they were almost broken. Even so, he still had time to answer, those cracks are not real cracks, but formed by Lin Yi's true qi. The confrontation between the 2 kinds of energy produced this kind of phenomenon that looks like it's real. Miss Lan, you don't have to worry about it. Hurry up and get your super flame out. Lan Xiaoru could not help but yell. At this time, he was still in the mood to talk instead of getting down to business. The bespectacled doctor also smiled bitterly to himself. He did not slack off at all. It was really hard to have a female boss. When Lan Xiaoru finished this sentence, the entire defensive layer collapsed, turning into spots of white light in the dark seawater, floating and swaying, and disappearing without a trace. Lin Yi, who was bounced back, did not hesitate. His figure moved, and he rushed to the center of the Holy Land again. Since he had been discovered by the other party, Lin Yi could only enter as quickly as possible and rescue Qin Yi. Otherwise, when the people inside reacted, Lin Yi would be too passive. All right. The bespectacled doctor pressed the last enter key, and his fingers trembled violently. He did not feel it when he was in the state of overload just now, but now that he had stopped, the side effects became apparent. However, compared to the completion of the mission, such a trivial matter did not need to be concerned at all. In the surveillance screen, as soon as Lin Yi approached the alloy armor, a layer of blazing white flames suddenly rose, directly evaporating the seawater in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was rushing forward, saw the jade pendant wildly vibrating in his mind, causing Lin Yi to turn around and fly back. The third appearance of the Cloud Dragon once again helped Lin Yi avoid a disaster. After a series of flashes and displacements, he finally escaped from the danger perception area. Amazing! What kind of flame is this? Lin Yi could not help but feel a lingering fear. His primordial spirit body had only felt a trace of heat from the flame, and it was already aching, as if it was about to melt. If he was caught in the flame head-on, even if Lin Yi's primordial spirit body could use alchemic fire, he would definitely not be able to resist it for even a second. It worked. The bespectacled doctor jumped up abruptly. The fact that Lin Yi was forced back meant that his research was correct. This super flame was enough to threaten Lin Yi's life. What the hell? Lan Xiaoru slammed her palm on the alloy table as the bespectacled doctor jumped up. I can't believe he got away. If I was just a fraction of a second later, I would have been able to catch this cunning bastard. Xiaolong clenched his fist, wanting to cheer along with the bespectacled doctor, and smashed his other fist downwards, wanting to express the same regret as Lan Xiaoru. He felt like he was being torn apart, but he failed to express either of those feelings. He froze there, looking very funny. But no one here had time to bother with him. The bespectacled doctor recovered his fingers and started working on the control panel again. The entire sacred base was very big, and the super flame couldn't cover it all. That would consume too much energy, and he wouldn't be able to last long. The bespectacled doctor had no choice but to focus on defense and attack, manually controlling where the super flame would appear. This way, he would be able to control the energy consumption to a level that was sufficient to make up for it. Chapter 57:28. The bespectacled doctor continued to control it with both hands. At the same time, he turned his head and smiled bitterly. Miss Lawn, the defensive layer just now mobilized all the instantaneous energy, so the base's energy level has not fully recovered. The super flame that was just completed only used basic energy. It's already a very good result to be able to force Lin Yi back. After all, Lan Xiaoru was not an ordinary person. When she heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. You mean that as long as this super flame has enough energy support, it can turn defense into offense and directly attack Lin Yi in the distance? Yes, Miss Lan is indeed wise. However, now our energy is not enough to threaten Lin Yi at this distance, so for the time being, we can only focus on defense and not let Lin Yi attack our base. Take this opportunity to slowly accumulate energy, strive for an explosion, and completely destroy Lin Yi. The bespectacled doctor said with a relaxed expression. When the super flame was completed, he already had this plan in his mind. Now that he said it, he also wanted to show off in front of Lan Xiaoru. Very good. Bespectacled doctor, you must block Lin Yi outside. Now focus. Lan Xiaoru pointed to the monitor screen and said to the bespectacled doctor. Lin Yi tried to rush to the base several times, but no matter where he was, as long as he got close to the alloy armor, the blazing white flame would definitely appear. Fortunately, Lin Yi was prepared and did not suffer any damage. However, these flames really gave Lin Yi a headache. Even the shadow and displacement of the cloud dragon's triple appearance could not avoid the flames, so Lin Yi was really at his wit's end. In fact, it was impossible for the bespectacled doctor to distinguish between the shadow and the real body of Lin Yi's triple appearance, but he did not need to do so at all, because the bespectacled doctor was not a powerful cultivator. As a scientific researcher, he only needed to use the equipment to lock onto the fluctuations of Lin Yi's primordial spirit. The analysis of a supercomputer was sometimes more reliable than an expert. After Lin Yi pulled away, he tried to use the super alchemic fire bomb to bomb the alloy armor. Unfortunately, this kind of armor was very strong, and the super alchemic fire bomb was burned and assimilated by the super flame, so its power was greatly reduced. When it landed on the center of the Holy Land, it at most left some traces. It could not cause enough damage at all. It seems that the super alchemic fire bomb won't work. I have to try other moves. Lin Yi frowned slightly and filtered his moves in his mind. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "Why did I go so far? I should have used this move." In the deep sea, the power of using a super pill fire bomb would be reduced. After all, this boundless seawater would always have an effect on flames. Even if a portion of the seawater was instantly evaporated, it would immediately be replenished. Although the power of the super flame in the center was already great, and it could turn the surrounding seawater into a vacuum every time, it would not be. In the water, he should use martial arts that could make use of water resources, such as thunder and lightning. Because Lin Yi was thousands of meters deep under the sea, he subconsciously felt that thunder and lightning would not appear in such a deep sea, but he forgot that his own thunder and lightning martial arts did not need to descend from the sky. After understanding this, Lin Yi immediately took action. In a flash, he appeared not far away from the center of the Holy Land base. With a point of his finger, a thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air and hit the armor of the base without any hindrance in the water. This time, Dr. Glass's super flame could not react in time. Not everyone could see the trajectory of lightning clearly. In comparison, the attack speed of the super alchemic fire bomb was like a snail. Even if Dr. Glasses could see the trajectory of Lin Yi's thunder and lightning, his hand speed could not keep up with the attack speed of the thunder and lightning. With a crackling sound, Lin Yi's thunder and lightning jumped and flickered on the armor, causing the lights in a small area to flicker. It was just a tentative attack, but it had already consumed a lot of the base's energy reserve. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He knew that he had finally found a way to deal with this huge tortoise shell. Lan Xiaoru's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly asked, "How's the energy reserve? Can we attack Lin Yi?" She knew very well that Lin Yi was only testing the base this time. Next, he would launch a large-scale thunder and lightning attack. If she could not counterattack immediately, the energy would only be consumed more and more by him. The bespectacled doctor's forehead was also sweating. He knew the situation of the entire base best, and he naturally knew the consequences of every slight change. Hearing Lan Xiaoru's question, his fingers moved faster and faster, but this time, he didn't even have time to speak. Lan Xiaoru also knew that Dr. Glasses was under a lot of pressure now, so she did not ask any more questions. She walked directly to his side and quickly operated the other control computer. Energy accumulation at 78%. Attack range of 2 kilometers. Hit rate 62%. Kill rate 51%. In the blink of an eye, Lan Xiaoru found the information she wanted to know. Her expression finally looked better. She nodded slightly and said, "More than 50% hit rate and kill rate. We can already take a gamble. Miss Lan, we only have one chance. We must be careful." Brother Dafeng took 2 steps forward and approached Dr. Glasses. He advised with a solemn face, "The hit rate is only 62%. If we can't hit him, then everything will be over. Even if we hit him, the chance of killing Lin Yi is only 50%. It's better to wait a little longer and let the energy accumulate more." Brother Dafeng's thinking was very simple. He just wanted to buy as much time as possible for Lin Yi. Even if he could only buy a few more seconds, it was very likely to affect the overall situation. "Shut up." Lan Xiaoru did not turn her head. She did not have time to care about Brother Dafeng now. After reprimanding him, she quickly opened the attack control interface. With her authority, of course, she could control all the systems of the entire base. Moreover, her control level was not inferior to Dr. Glasses. Of course, Dr. Glasses would not object. With Lan Xiaoru's participation, his burden would be slightly reduced. Moreover, the two of them had been working together for a long time. They had quite a tacit understanding, so there would definitely be no problems. Chapter 57-29. In particular, Lan Xiaoru had mercilessly rejected his 2 suggestions just now, which proved this point. If something happened to Lin Yi, the next one would probably be Brother Dafeng's turn. The Central had always pursued the strategy of killing the wrong person rather than letting them go. The best outcome for him was to be sent as a test subject. At this time, Chen Dongxing sighed in his heart. To be honest, his heart was now more inclined towards Lin Yi. However, if Lin Yi was finished, he could only continue to follow the Central. It was just that Chen Dongxing was really a little afraid after seeing the Central's cold methods and stone-hearted methods. He felt that following the Central would not end well in the end. Outside, Lin Yi realized that the lightning attack was effective, so he immediately decided to use his strongest lightning-type martial art, lightning burial. Even though it was thousands of meters deep under the sea, when Lin Yi used lightning burial, it still attracted the clouds in the sky. In an instant, countless dark clouds gathered, and lightning crisscrossed among them, ready to strike at any time. In the central sanctuary laboratory, the bespectacled doctor and Lan Xiaoru had turned on the attack control system at the same time and began to lock onto Lin Yi. They could launch a powerful super flame attack at any time. They could even imagine the scene of the blazing white flame beam instantly burning a vacuum waterway and completely annihilating Lin Yi. However, at this moment, Lin Yi smiled coldly. He raised his arm and swung it down, activating his strongest lightning-type martial art. Lightning Burial. Countless lightning bolts crossed the barrier between the sky and the sea, cutting through the dark deep-sea space at the speed of light, and descended on the entire central sanctuary. The bespectacled doctor and Lan Xiaoru's fingers had already pressed on the launch button, but the sudden attack of lightning burial caused the entire base's circuits and instruments to instantly malfunction. Whether it could be repaired or not, at least this time, the attack could not be launched in time. Damn it! The bespectacled doctor was paralyzed by the two electric arcs that jumped up from the console. He could only exclaim and take 2 steps back. Brother Defeng's eyes flashed. Now that the bespectacled doctor was less than half a step away from him, there was no time to think. He had already stretched out his hand, looking like he was going to help the bespectacled doctor. In fact, his palm directly passed through the bespectacled doctor's shoulder and grabbed the bespectacled doctor's throat like a ghost. Boss Lin Yi, I, Defeng, can only help you this much. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future. The corners of Brother Defeng's mouth curled up into a smile. There was a sense of duty in his heart. He did not hesitate to crush the bespectacled doctor's throat. If Lin Yi died, Dafeng Bro would die as well. If Lin Yi didn't die and the glasses doctor and Lan Xiaoru escaped, Dafeng Bro would still be in danger. So, Dafeng Bro made up his mind to get rid of one by one. If Qin Dongqing was not here, Brother Defeng might have considered taking the bespectacled doctor as a hostage. However, with Qin Dongqing, a super master in the early stage of profound ascension, he did not dare to take this risk. The difference in their levels was too great. Qin Dongqing's aura alone was enough to make him completely immobile. It was better to directly kill the bespectacled doctor and break one of his arms. After killing the bespectacled doctor, Brother Defeng closed his eyes and waited for death, ready for Qin Dongqing's revenge. Qin Dongqing did indeed rush over, but he did not pay attention to Brother Defeng at all. Instead, he avoided him and directly attacked Lan Xiaoru. The powerful qi was like a substance, easily penetrating Lan Xiaoru's heart. Since Qin Dongqing had already made his move, he did not have the slightest intention of holding back. After shattering Lan Xiaoru's heart, he waved his hand to the side. The qi broke out of Lan Xiaoru's body and cut half of Lan Xiaoru's body. Only a small part of her chest was still connected to her left shoulder. Lan Xiaoru fell to the ground like a broken sack. Brother Defeng felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes in surprise and did not understand why this happened. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. You're the one who killed me. Lan Xiaoru, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly laughed strangely and spoke clearly. Qin Dongqing and Brother Defeng were both shocked. A normal person would have died a long time ago after suffering such a serious injury. Even a powerful cultivator would not be able to continue living, but this Lan Xiaoru could still speak. Are you surprised? To tell you the truth, it's impossible for you to kill me because I'm immortal. As Lan Xiaoru spoke, she propped up the broken body with both hands and tore off the part that had not been broken. As powerful as Qin Dongqing was, he could not help but be shocked by this terrifying scene. He did not know how to react for a while. No matter who it was, seeing a person with only a head, half of his chest, and 2 arms casually tearing his body apart on the ground, and then talking with a strange smile, they would have a creepy feeling. Qin Dongqing was no exception. On the contrary, Brother Defeng had been in the center for a long time. He had also been in the cyborg base, so his psychological endurance was stronger. He immediately pulled out a dagger and said fiercely, "Immortal. I can't kill you. Then I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Let's see if you'll die or not." Seeing that Brother Defeng was about to rush over, Lan Xiaoru did not panic at all. Instead, she glanced at Brother Defong disdainfully and said, "Is this all you're capable of? Do you only know how to deal with me in this state?" Brother Defong was stunned. Although he did not feel embarrassed, after hearing what Lan Xiaoru said, he remembered that Lan Xiaoru in this state might be more useful to Lin Yi. Therefore, Brother Defong simply put away the dagger and said, "Forget it, I'll keep you for a while. I'll deal with you later." "Ha ha ha ha, Dafeng, I knew you were a traitor a long time ago, and I wanted to keep you alive for a while to deal with you later, just to numb Lin Yi's senses. I didn't think you'd be so smart, seizing the perfect opportunity to betray me. Now I'll let you keep me alive for a while. Not bad, not bad. We're even now. The next time you fall into my hands, you can just wait for death." Lan Xiaoru said with a laugh. She was not afraid at all. Chapter 57:30. Humph. What key training target? Is it a guinea pig for key experiments? Chen Dongqing interrupted Lan Xiaoru's words and sneered, "If the center really values me, they would have removed the poison in my body by now. Is this why you betrayed us? If you mend your ways now and kill Dafeng, I can let bygones be bygones. I can also promise to remove the poison in your body for you. What do you think?" Lan Xiaoru said faintly. However, the conditions she stated made Big Brother Dafeng extremely shocked. If Chen Dongqing agreed to it, then he would be finished. Fortunately, Chen Dongqing did not waver at all. He still sneered, "I don't think I'm a fool. Rather than believing a woman like you, I might as well believe in my own judgment. Since I made a move against you, there is absolutely no possibility of turning back." Lan Xiaoru didn't seem surprised at all. She even nodded slightly and said, "Sure enough, since that's the case, you, Chen Dongqing, have become a target that our center must kill. I hope you can be mentally prepared. Offending the people from the center won't end well." "Is that so? Lin Yi's fate is really miserable," Chen Dongqing said disdainfully to Lan Xiaoru with a face full of ridicule. Looking at Lin Yi's lively appearance, Lan Xiaoru's words about offending the center would not end well was simply a joke. Big Brother Dafeng suddenly laughed. Lin Yi and the center were old rivals. From the secular world to the heavenly island, then to the ancient underworld, and back to the secular world. It seemed that Lin Yi had never suffered any losses in the confrontation between the two sides. Lan Xiaoru snorted and said, "You are right. Lin Yi's fate will be miserable in the end, and you two traitors will be 100 times more miserable than him. Mr. Lin Yi's fate would be miserable." At this time, he condensed another super alchemy fire bomb and threw it at the sacred zone. The thunder burial just now did not damage much of the surface armor. At most, it left some small potholes and thick black scorch marks. However, it did not matter. The main purpose of the thunder burial was to destroy the circuits and instruments of the entire base. Now, only a thick tortoise shell was left in the central sanctuary. There was no energy to support the defense anymore. That was why Lin Yi didn't even use his strongest super alchemic fire bomb this time. He only used an ordinary one, which was able to easily blast open the surface armor. Seeing the seawater instantly filling up the hole, Lin Yi suddenly realized that he could not destroy it like this. After all, Cheng Yi was still inside. Fortunately, this big hole was only a lift cabin. There were water insulation measures below, so it was not a big problem. Lin Yi entered, transformed into his essence soul state, and directly penetrated the alloy wall below. Without the first layer of defense and super flames, Lin Yi had no problem doing this. With a sweep of divine sense, Cheng Yi's position clearly appeared in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. It seemed that she had not suffered any injuries. This made Lin Yi greatly relieved. It was good that she was not injured. On the other side, Brother Defong and Chen Dongqing stood together. The bespectacled doctor on the ground was already dead, and Lan Xiaoru's injuries were also very strange, which made Lin Yi a little curious. What's going on? Chen Dongqing also betrayed us. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little strange, but he had guessed the truth. He wanted to go and take a look now, but his primary goal was to rescue Qing Yi. Anyway, Brother Dafeng did not seem to be in danger. After a few flashes, Lin Yi appeared outside the room where Qing Yi was imprisoned. He casually broke the lock outside, opened the door, and smiled. Yi, your concert is not over yet. If you don't go back, your fans will ask you for a refund. Before she finished speaking, Qing Yi directly threw herself into Lin Yi's arms and hugged Lin Yi tightly. She smiled happily. Brother Lin, I knew you would come to save me. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. You really came. Feeling the exquisite and delicate body in his arms, Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. I came a little late, and I made you suffer. You're not late. Brother Lin, you came very quickly. Qing Yi hooked her arms around Lin Yi's neck, raised her head, and said with a smile. That charming look really made Lin Yi a little moved. When Qing Yi tried to seduce Lin Yi, he didn't care at all. But now, seeing Qing Yi's true feelings, coupled with the confession that he didn't complete before, Lin Yi was really moved. Okay, let's leave here first and go see the leaders in the center. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Now was not the time to talk about love. He patted Qing Yi's back lightly and led her to Brother Dafeng and the others. But before they got there, Lin Yi's consciousness discovered that Xue Jianfeng and Zhao Long had sneakily boarded the UFO and were in a state of activation. Xue Jianfeng was originally unconscious, but Lin Yi's lightning barrier sent a large amount of electricity into the circuit and woke him up. Because of the new potion, although Xue Jianfeng was slightly injured, he recovered immediately. After Xue Jianfeng woke up and realized the current situation, he did not think about such a boring thing as saving Lan Xiaoru, nor did he want to avenge the glasses doctor. Instead, he sneaked to the place where the UFO was parked, ready to escape from here. Although this guy had been genetically modified, he was still afraid of Lin Yi and didn't dare to fight Lin Yi at all. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lin Yi if he couldn't win. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. He met Zhao Long, who had the same idea, and decided to bring him along. By the time Lin Yi noticed it, the ship had already activated its emergency escape system, ready to eject at a moment's notice. Even if Lin Yi wanted to stop them, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. He could only let the two cockroaches continue running. Lin Yi, I'll come back for you. Now that I have an undying body, I'll be able to kill you when I get stronger, you bastard. Just you wait. Xue Jianfeng only dared to show off with his mouth, but his hands betrayed his cowardice. He quickly pressed the preset cruise route, and the UFO flew directly to the second base. Lin Yi shook his head as he felt the UFO leave. He didn't care about Xue Jianfeng and Zhao Long anymore. They were just two small fries. It was no big deal if they ran away. Chapter 57:31. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Big Brother Dafeng turned his head and bowed with joy. Boss Lin Yi, you are here. The two leaders of the center are here. Unfortunately, this woman cannot be killed. Lin Yi did not care about Lan Xiaoru. He nodded to Big Brother Dafeng and asked Chen Dongqing, what do you mean by this? Martial uncle, this disciple wants to return to the sect. Chen Dongqing bowed respectfully and treated Lin Yi with the etiquette of a junior. This Mr. Dafeng is also Martial uncle's man, right? He can prove that this disciple is sincere. Just now, this disciple also participated in the killing. Big Brother Dafeng quickly nodded and said, yes, Boss Lin Yi, I can prove that Chen Dongqing really helped. When I killed the bespectacled doctor just now, I was prepared to be killed by Chen Dongqing, but I didn't expect that not only did he not kill me, but he also attacked Lan Xiaoru. Otherwise, I would be dead now, and Lan Xiaoru would have run away. Lin Yi nodded and said with a slight smile, "You did a good job. Let's talk about this later. I will talk to Lan Xiaoru first." Lan Xiaoru snorted and said, "Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to really kill your way here. I underestimated you. You are really not simple, but it doesn't matter. The outcome between us has not been decided yet. Boss, this woman is a biohuman. Her current injuries are not enough to kill her." Big Brother Dofeng whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Lin Yi shrugged indifferently and said, "What biohuman? I will blow her up and burn her to ashes. I don't believe she won't die." Lan Xiaoru laughed and said, "Lin Yi, you are wrong. When I say immortal, I don't mean this body. This biohuman body is just a clone of my main body. You can do whatever you want with it. Anyway, it will not hinder my main body. As long as there are cells and genes, I can clone and regenerate infinitely. Remember, the center is eternal. This is just a base. Our battle has just begun. Then, see you next time." Lin Yi's expression changed. He directly waved his hand and sent Lan Xiaoru flying with his qi. At the same time, he continued to increase the amount of qi and wrapped her in it. With a boom, Lan Xiaoru self-destructed. Even Lin Yi's pure qi was almost unable to restrain her self-destruction. Fortunately, it was a close shave, and no one was hurt. This woman is really decisive. She's been talking nonsense with you guys for so long just to wait for me to come over. Then, she wants to see if she can hurt me by self-detonating. It's a good thing that she wanted to wait for me to come over. Otherwise, the two of you would be in danger if you were caught off guard." Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was a little more afraid of this enemy. He was scheming, capable, and had the support of the center's resources. He was not easy to deal with. Lin Yi suddenly felt a headache when he thought of such a difficult opponent who could be reborn infinitely. This matter was really not fun. He thought that he could get rid of the center this time, but it turned out to be such a result. Although it was not without gain, he still did not get rid of the big trouble. It was always trouble. Looking at the body of the glasses doctor on the ground, Lin Yi thought to himself, "This guy can't also be a clone, right? If that's the case, then there's no end to it, boss. Fortunately you came. Otherwise, this woman might have been impatient and self-destructed. Chen Dongqing may be fine, but it's hard to say for me, Dofeng." Seeing Lan Xiaoru exploding into a cloud of blood mist, Dofeng said with lingering fear. Chen Dongqing quickly said, "This time, it's really thanks to Grand Master. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured if I was not prepared." With Chen Dongqing's strength in the early stage of profound ascension, even if he was not prepared, he would at most be slightly injured. This was completely to please Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded to Chen Dongqing and said, "Since you are sincere, I will not reject you. As long as you can do things to satisfy me, I will never treat you badly." Chen Dongqing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Martial Granduncle. I won't let you down." After that, Chen Dongqing looked at Lin Yi with hope. The main reason why he joined Lin Yi was that Lin Yi could cure the poison in the center. Otherwise, he really did not dare to betray the center. Lin Yi was certainly aware of this, so he waved to him and said, "Give me your hand, I will show you the poison in your body." Chen Dongqing was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Yi to be so straightforward. He immediately ran over, bowed and stretched out his hand for Lin Yi to check. As for detoxifying this poison, Lin Yi was already very familiar with it, and it was done very quickly. Chen Dongqing clearly felt his body relax, but he also knew who gave him his freedom, so he immediately cupped his fists and bowed, kneeling on one knee, "Master, this disciple will definitely go through fire and water for you in the future. I won't hesitate to do anything for you." If there's anything you want, this disciple will definitely complete it with my life. Lin Yi casually waved his hand and said faintly, helping you remove the poison is to repay you for letting Dofeng go. Although you said that you want to join me, I still can't believe you. Now, I will give you two choices. First, you can leave immediately and we will have nothing to do with each other. In any case, the poison in your body is gone. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, with your strength, there is no need to worry about not having a foothold in the immemorial era or in the secular world. Chen Dongqing was immediately moved. Being able to come and go freely seemed like a very good choice. If Lin Yi was not just testing him, then he could consider it. However, Lin Yi did not seem to be such a despicable person. In that case, what he said should be the truth. Lin Yi looked at the subtle changes on Chen Dongqing's face, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He continued, the second option is for you to follow me, but you have to take the poison I'll give you. Before you prove your loyalty, I won't give you the antidote. After all, you and I used to be enemies, and I won't let an enemy follow me easily. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Dongqing was slightly startled. Of course, he understood what Lin Yi meant. Moreover, he felt that Lin Yi's method was not wrong. If it was him, he would do the same. The problem was that he had just removed the poison from his heart. Did he still have to accept Lin Yi's poison? What was the difference between that and the heart? Chapter 5732. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. But was this really what he wanted? Chen Dongqing opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. On second thought, the people who followed Lin Yi, such as Bing Wuqing and Xianyi Jie, were leveling up at a speed comparable to the force leveling up method in the center. Primordial Invincible and the others had even advanced to the more perfect Profound Ascension stage. Chen Dongqing didn't want to stop here, so following Lin Yi was his only choice at the moment. It was a long story, but Chen Dongqing had already made up his mind. He immediately put his other knee on the ground, raised his hands above his head, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Disciple is willing to follow Grand Master, even if I die, I will have no regrets." "Grand Master, please give me the medicine." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Chen Dongqing could be so sensible, he could be trained well in the future. He really wanted to set Chen Dongqing free, but since Chen Dongqing wanted to follow, Lin Yi wouldn't reject an early-stage Profound Ascension expert as a follower. Taking out a refined poison, he placed it in Chen Dongqing's palm. Chen Dongqing bowed slightly, then swallowed it without hesitation. Since he had decided Chen Dongqing was a straightforward person, he wouldn't do anything sloppy. This way, he could leave a good impression on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was very satisfied with Chen Dongqing's actions. He reached out and pulled him up. "Well, you can follow me from now on, I won't let you suffer any losses. As for whether to go back to the immemorial Jianghu, we'll talk about it later." "Yes, Grand Master." Of course, Chen Dongqing didn't have any objections. From now on, he would do whatever Lin Yi said. Maybe he could get the antidote soon, and maybe Lin Yi would accept him sincerely. Please note, the last-minute countdown of the self-destruct program, 60:59. An electronic voice suddenly sounded throughout the base, and the countdown began. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect such a change. Lin Yi immediately thought of the flying saucer that flew away, and Lan Xiaoru's strange smile. Perhaps the self-destruct program had already started at that time, and it only started to remind and count down at the last minute. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Yi shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." Then, he used his true qi to carry Big Brother Feng and Qing Yi and rushed out of the laboratory. Chen Dongqing was the only one that Lin Yi didn't need to worry about. After all, he was an early-stage Profound Ascension expert. Even if the entire base exploded, it might not be able to hurt him. However, Chang'e and Defeng were still unable to withstand such damage. 58. The cold electronic voice announced the time of the final explosion at a uniform speed. Lin Yi's divine sense swept across the entire base. He had already discovered the location of the submarine dock that was normally used by the center. The only problem was, could he activate the submarine in time? The laboratory was located in the middle of the base, while the dock was at the very edge of the base. With Lin Yi's speed, it would probably take him 20 seconds to reach there, leaving 30 seconds to activate the submarine and leave. The problem was that when Lin Yi was an assassin, the submarine piloting skills he had learned were already outdated. The center's latest model of submarine was even more advanced than the current world's most advanced ones, so he might not be able to start it. 57. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and still brought Chang'e and Defeng to the direction of the dock. Chen Dongqing followed closely behind Lin Yi. Previously, Lin Yi used his primordial spirit to penetrate the wall, but now that he was bringing people, he couldn't do that anymore. Therefore, the dock was the best choice to go out. Even if Lin Yi didn't know how to pilot this kind of submarine, he could only go there. Defeng, do you know how to pilot the center submarine? Lin Yi remembered that Defeng was also a high-ranking member of the base, so he asked casually. If he knew how to pilot it, it would be much easier. With the two of them working together, it would be much easier to pilot the submarine. Otherwise, even if they left the base, they wouldn't be able to return to land. Not to mention the impact of the depth of thousands of meters, without the submarine, they would probably be trapped at sea. Yes. Boss, I will. Defeng shouted loudly, afraid that Lin Yi couldn't hear him clearly. Lin Yi was overjoyed. It seemed that there was always a way. 40. There were only 40 seconds left before the explosion, and Lin Yi and the other three had arrived at the dock of the submarine. Along the way, Lin Yi used the super alchemic fire bomb to open the way and rushed in a straight line. He really didn't waste any time and finally got a few more seconds of buffer. Boss, it will take at least 30 seconds to start and leave. We must get to the control room immediately. Defeng was also anxious. Who would be willing to die if they could live? It seemed that there was enough time, but it was also very tight. Lin Yi nodded to show that he understood. He appeared on the hatch of a submarine like lightning and reached out to open the hatch. As long as he entered, his chances of escaping would greatly increase. But just as Lin Yi's hand touched the door, it slid open on its own, and a dozen or so lasers shot out from within. Lin Yi was shocked. He transformed into his primordial spirit state and avoided the sudden attack. What's going on? Chen Dongqing's expression changed drastically. As he asked, he had already jumped up and used his fingers as a sword, shooting more than 10 sword chi into the hatch. Like Lin Yi, he had scanned these submarines with his divine sense, but he didn't find any enemies hiding on them. He felt a little baffled when he was suddenly attacked. The sword chi that Chen Dongqing shot out was like a clay ox entering the sea after entering the hatch. It didn't even make a splash. Lin Yi carefully scanned again with his divine sense and found that the automatic defense weapon in the submarine had been activated. It was probably because he had a problem with the way the hatch was opened, but he didn't have time to care about this now. A bolt of lightning was enough to deal with these defensive weapons. However, with this pause, the countdown had reached 38 seconds. 2 seconds had been wasted in vain. After dealing with the defense system at the hatch, Lin Yi was about to let Defeng enter the submarine to start it first. However, he discovered that 20 to 30 biohumans had woken up from the sealed metal cabin and quickly came to the entrance to ambush. Before they came out of the metal cabin, Lin Yi's divine sense couldn't detect them. It was too late now. 35 seconds. Chapter 57-33. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go. TalkNet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Let's go out. Lin Yi made a prompt decision and stopped thinking about the submarine. If they entered the submarine but could not leave the base in the end, then they would really be looking for a coffin to sleep in. Although there would be trouble after leaving the base without the submarine, it was better than not being able to escape. Chen Dongqing naturally did not have any objections. He did whatever Lin Yi said. As for Ching Yi and Big Brother Defeng, Lin Yi directly jumped into the reservoir where the submarine was docked. This was the only place in the base with seawater. After opening the partition, they could enter the bottom of the sea. If it was somewhere else, even if Lin Yi could break through the wall, he would be blocked by the endless seawater from the bottom of the sea for a while. 30 seconds. Lin Yi and the other three dived into the water. With the help of the directional explosion of the super fire bomb, they blew up the submarine's gate and swam smoothly into the deep sea. As soon as they left the base, Lin Yi took Ching Yi and Big Brother Defeng to the surface at full speed. With the protection of his divine sense field, the two of them would not have any problems. However, the base below suddenly exploded. There were still 30 seconds. But the explosion happened just like that. Bastard, they even tampered with the countdown to the explosion. Big Brother Defeng cursed in the force field. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not insist on entering the submarine just now. Otherwise, he would have been buried in the base at this time. In that case, it was all thanks to the automatic defense system on the submarine. Without this system, Big Brother Defeng would have tried to start the submarine now. Lin Yi breathed out in relief as well. The jade space had given him a warning when the biohumans appeared, but it wasn't strong enough to be fatal. He didn't think much of it, and abandoning the submarine was a decision he made based on his judgment. He didn't think that he'd be able to avoid the explosion just like that. The explosion of the entire base was not fatal to Lin Yi, but it was hard to say for Ching Yi and Brother Defeng. They were lucky to be able to escape the base. The explosion of the base produced a strong shock wave and shock wave. The entire seabed seemed to be shaking slightly. With this force, Lin Yi took Ching Yi and Chen Dongqing and rushed to the surface of the sea like a rocket. During this process, ordinary people's lungs would explode due to the change in water pressure. However, Big Brother Feng and Ching Yi were also cultivators, so they naturally did not have to worry about the problems caused by water pressure. This is bad. Lin Yi's divine sense had been paying close attention to the situation of the explosion behind them. The water pressure would not be dangerous, but the volcanic belt at the bottom of the sea was enough to put them in danger. The dormant volcanic belt at the bottom of the sea became active because of the explosion of the base. In an instant, two volcanoes spewed out scarlet magma from the bottom of the sea. Even the seawater could not cool down this kind of explosion. Love Go Small Say Netkolin Yi was shocked. He gritted his teeth and desperately floated up with the force field behind him. The volcanic belt at the bottom of the sea began to erupt continuously. The energy gathered was extremely terrifying. After mixing with the power of the base's explosion, a large area of blazing white super flames appeared. This type of flame was a weapon that could deal enough damage to Lin Yi's primordial spirit. The glasses had only used it for defense after researching it, and hadn't been able to launch a single successful attack until his death. It was only when the base self-destructed that it became the strongest attack of all. In just an instant, Lin Yi and Chen Dongqing felt the temperature of the seawater they were in rise sharply, almost reaching the level of boiling. Cheng Yi and Brother Defeng did not feel much because they had Lin Yi's protection. It turned out that burning the sky and boiling the sea was not a joke. Chen Dongqing was fine. His physical body was also considered strong. Coupled with the defense of his true qi, he could still move freely without being directly engulfed by the super flames. Lin Yi's situation was quite bad. The super flames did not directly burn his body, but just the aftermath had already caused his primordial spirit to show signs of melting. He also had to divide his divine sense to form a force field barrier to protect Cheng Yi and Brother Defeng. In an instant, the consumption increased rapidly. Even he did not know how long he could last. If he gave up Chang Yi and Brother De Feng, Lin Yi could easily escape. However, if he did this, Lin Yi would not be himself. Not to mention Chang Yi, even if it was Brother De Feng, he would never give up. The only good news was that with the addition of the underwater volcano, the shock wave of the explosion became stronger. The speed at which Lin Yi and the other three rose also doubled. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were pushed out of the sea by the flames and rushed into the sky. The blue sea and blue sky constantly changed in Lin Yi's eyes. The damn white flames followed closely behind Lin Yi, not letting up at all. The surface of the sea that Lin Yi and the other three had rushed out of had completely disappeared, leaving only a large amount of water vapor that continued to evaporate in the white flames. The huge amount of seawater that was thousands of meters deep and had a radius of more than 4 kilometers had been completely burned. From the sky, it looked like a bottomless sinkhole that led straight to hell. Lin Yi's consciousness was slightly blurred. This was something that had never happened since he condensed his primordial spirit. It was probably because the residual energy of the volcano and the super flame was too powerful after fusing, and the damage to him was beyond his expectations. After barely dispelling the dizziness, Lin Yi activated the 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon and moved continuously with Ching Yi and De Feng. At the same time, he gave Chen Dongqing, who was in the air, a kick and sent him flying. If he could, Lin Yi really wanted to sing, "I'll send you off, 1,000 miles away." Unfortunately, his kick could only barely send Chen Dongqing 2 or 3 kilometers away from the range of the deep sinkhole on the sea. The place where he landed was at least seawater, although it was boiling. As for Lin Yi, he used the recoil force of this kick and the displacement of the 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon to forcibly pull the 2 burdens in the opposite direction, avoiding the blazing white super flame that soared into the sky below. "Big Brother Lin, are you okay?" Cheng Yi noticed that Lin Yi's expression was extremely ugly and could not help but ask with concern. Although they avoided the super flame head-on, a trace of the aftermath on the side still caused Lin Yi's divine sense field barrier to fluctuate violently. If he had not desperately protected it, Cheng Yi and Brother De Feng would have fallen directly into the sinkhole. Chapter 57-34. At this moment, Big Brother De Feng, who was originally loyal to Lin Yi, swore that he would never betray Lin Yi in this life. If Lin Yi needed it, he would definitely return his life to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face was pale and faintly translucent. This was a sign that his divine sense had been consumed too much, and his spirit was severely injured. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry. But after reaching the sea, you have to protect yourselves. I may not be able to take care of you." Lin Yi smiled indifferently. He did not seem to care about the current predicament. "Boss Lin Yi, don't worry about me. Throw me down and save your strength." Big Brother De Feng shouted eagerly. At this time, even if Lin Yi threw him into the heaven flame, he would not have any complaints. Lin Yi smiled slightly and shook his head gently. He did not speak. He was now falling in a parabola with the 2 of them, which happened to be in the opposite direction of Chen Dongqing. When they fell into the sea, they would be surrounded by boiling seawater. However, Lin Yi knew very well that the explosion of the heaven flame would not last forever. When the heaven flame disappeared, the surrounding seawater would fill up the huge pit. In the sea, it would be a new tsunami. Lin Yi wanted to continue protecting the 2 of them, but his primordial spirit wasn't enough to maintain this force field barrier. Fortunately, Dafeng and Ching Yi weren't weak. They wouldn't be crushed by this huge wave in a short period of time. "Remember, if we get separated in the sea, don't panic. When the huge wave disappears, stay on the surface of the sea and don't sink. I will find you," Lin Yi calmly exhorted. He wanted to fix the 2 of them by his side, but the weakness in his spirit made him unable to care too much. A spiritual knowledge fruit was swallowed by Lin Yi and he began to refine it with all his strength. Using the spiritual knowledge fruit to replenish the consumption of spiritual knowledge was definitely a waste of God's gift, but Lin Yi had no other way now. The remaining 2 spiritual knowledge tumors that had not been dealt with showed signs of instability at this time. If Lin Yi could not control these 2 spiritual knowledge tumors, this secular world sea might become his burial ground. If Lan Xiaoru, who self-destructed, was reborn and knew that Lin Yi would die in such a way, she would probably look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. Seeing that they were about to fall into the boiling sea, Lin Yi retracted the spiritual knowledge force field and used his true qi to add a layer of defense to the 2 of them. He shouted, "Don't stay here. Try to swim to the periphery. Stay awake. If you are involved in the whirlpool, remember to swim against the current." Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them fell into the water one after another. Compared to the flames, the boiling seawater of more than 100 degrees Celsius was no threat at all. The 3 of them could easily resist it. Cheng Yi and Big Brother Defeng did not dare to neglect. After falling into the water, they desperately swam out. After all, they were 2 experts, and their speed was quite fast. Lin Yi wanted to transform into his spirit state and float in the air. If Cheng Yi and Big Brother Defeng were in any danger, he could rescue them in time. However, a burst of dizziness made Lin Yi give up this idea. After looking in the right direction, he used his true qi to escape from this dangerous area. Most of his mind was used to refine the spiritual knowledge fruit and suppress the 2 spiritual knowledge tumors. After a few breaths, the 3 of them were 2 to 3 kilometers away from the huge pit. At this time, the explosion of the flames finally weakened. Although the heat at the bottom of the sea was still terrifying, it could not maintain the vacuum area that was thousands of meters deep. The surrounding seawater began to pour down violently, and the hot water vapor directly gathered into thick clouds in the sky. In a short period of time, the embryonic form of a storm was formed. Lin Yi and the others tried their best to escape, but under the huge slope of the seawater, they still could not help but flow back with the current. The pulling force was getting stronger and stronger. Even Lin Yi's true qi could no longer resist it. If he wanted to get rid of it, Lin Yi could only transform into his spirit state and float in the air. Unfortunately, he did not dare to make the slightest change now. If he was careless and caused the spiritual knowledge tumor to riot, it would really be over. After the seawater poured down and filled half of the space, the violent collision formed a huge whirlpool. The monstrous waves were just the ripples at the edge. The 4 people in the center began to spin and fall down involuntarily. Cheng Yi and Defeng Bro, on the other hand, remembered Lin Yi's warning. They wanted to go against the current, but in front of the power of nature, their strength was insignificant. Their desperate struggle only delayed them for a few breaths of time. Chen Dongqing, who had flown in the opposite direction just now, was countless times stronger than the 2 of them. However, this guy was not good at swimming. In this whirlpool, his performance was not as good as Cheng Yi and Big Brother Defeng. When he passed by Cheng Yi and Big Brother Defeng for the second time, he did not even have the strength to struggle. Lin Yi wanted to do something, but he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He could not even protect himself. The only way was to go with the flow. Fortunately, the super flame had slowly subsided. If it was just the whirlpool, tsunami, and storm, it would not take their lives for a while. After this period, there would be a chance of survival. Now that he thought about it, it was really lucky that he did not get entangled in the submarine just now. Not to mention the deceptive setting of the 30-second false report, even if he successfully left the base in the submarine, under this kind of explosion, it was likely that he would be directly vaporized by the super flame at the bottom of the sea. He might not even be able to survive in this situation. "You guys, take care of yourselves," Lin Yi said in his heart with a wry smile. His dizziness was getting worse, but he knew that once he really fainted, the divine sense cancer would immediately explode. Therefore, even if he died, he could not faint. At least before suppressing these two divine sense cancer, he absolutely could not faint. This huge whirlpool lasted for an unknown amount of time. Lin Yi's mind was completely immersed in suppressing the divine sense cancer, so he did not care too much. Anyway, he was an essence spirit, so he would not drown in the sea. Between floating and sinking, the seabed and the sea surface went back and forth several times. After the storm and tsunami, Lin Yi finally succeeded in suppressing the two divine sense cancer and opened his eyes with a tired look. Chapter 57:35. It was simply impossible to expect that the four of them would not be separated in such a violent environment, so Lin Yi was not disappointed, and extended his spiritual awareness to search for traces of them. However, the next moment, Lin Yi knew that the problem was serious. His spiritual awareness could only extend for less than a kilometer. Obviously, the previous flame had caused his consumption to reach a terrifying level. Although a spiritual awareness fruit had been swallowed, most of it was used to suppress the tumor of spiritual awareness. The remaining small half was used to make up for part of the consumption, and there was still a part that had not been refined. So at this time, even if Lin Yi continued to swallow the spiritual awareness fruit, there would not be any better effect. Damn it! With this level of spiritual awareness search, it is impossible to find the three of them in the vast sea. I only hope that Qindongqing can be okay. The range of his spiritual awareness should be large enough. As long as he is not dead, it is possible to find the three of us. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. He had not encountered such an embarrassing situation for a long time. Since there was no way to effectively search with spiritual awareness, Lin Yi could only transform into his essence soul state and float on the sea surface. It was faster to search with his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Yi had just flown a short distance when he found a black spot floating on the sea surface 3 or 4 kilometers away. After flying closer, he confirmed that it was Qin Yi. Lin Yi was surprised and happy. He was happy that he had finally found Qin Yi. He was surprised that Qin Yi was still in a coma and her breathing was extremely weak. Lin Yi's essence soul was weak, but there was no problem with his true qi. With the jade pendant space as his backing, true qi was never something he needed to worry about. After quickly holding Qin Yi's palm, Lin Yi transferred his omnipotent true qi to check Qin Yi's condition while treating her injuries. Fortunately, there is no fatal injury, just a collapse. Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also a little shocked. If he hadn't discovered it early, the collapsed Qin Yi might have drowned in the sea just like that. After a short while, Qin Yi spat out a few mouthfuls of seawater and slowly woke up. Seeing Lin Yi in front of her, she was overjoyed and said, "Big brother Lin, it's great that you're fine." As he spoke, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Lin Yi's neck, hanging onto Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi smiled and patted Qin Yi's back. "We're fine. By the way, where are Dafeng and Qindongqing?" Qin Yi remembered that she still had 2 companions and immediately let go of Lin Yi. She looked around and asked. After this thrilling experience of going through thick and thin together, Qin Yi felt a sense of familiarity towards these 2 strange companions, so she was naturally concerned about their safety. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "I haven't found them yet, but they should be fine." Lin Yi wasn't talking nonsense. The weakest among the 3 was Qin Yi. Since even Qin Yi could be safe and sound, how could the 2 guys fall like this? The problem was, how could Lin Yi find the 2 of them in the vast sea? Qin Yi was here, so Lin Yi certainly couldn't leave her alone and fly around looking for them. Moreover, with Qin Yi's strength, he didn't know how long she could persist in the sea. In the absence of a ship, Lin Yi didn't know how to bring her back to the shore. Before this, even if Lin Yi transformed into the state of spirit, it was not a big deal to fly with a person, but now it was definitely not possible. If he flew, the spiritual awareness tumor that he had just suppressed would cause trouble again. Lin Yi also thought about flying back to the shore to find a ship to save Qin Yi, but he didn't know where he was now. The range of spiritual awareness was not as far as the range of the naked eye. If he flew in the wrong direction, instead of flying to the nearest shore, he would start a journey around the earth. When he came back, it would really be too late. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's mobile phone was not kept in the jade pendant space. He didn't know where it had sunk to in the whirlpool and tsunami. Otherwise, he could try to make a phone call or something. Big brother Lin, do you want to find the two of them? It doesn't matter. I will wait here. You find the two of them first. Cheng Yi knew that Lin Yi was worried about her, and he wanted to find the two people, so she smiled and asked Lin Yi to find them first. Lin Yi thought about it and could only do so. After Cheng Yi woke up, there was no problem floating in the sea for a period of time. If the two guys also fainted because of exhaustion, they might really drown in the sea. Whether it was Brother De Feng in the Foundation establishment stage or Chen Dongqing in the mysterious ascension stage, drowning in the ordinary sea was a shameful thing. They would not feel at ease even if they died. Just as he was about to nod and agree, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The mobile phone was not kept in the jade pendant space, but he kept one thing in the jade pendant space. Languza's communication bead. When he was in the small Jianghu of primitive times, Languza gave this communication bead to Lin Yi so that it was convenient to contact him. Later, Languza used it once when he came to the Green Clouds sect of the North Island to pick up Lin Yi to flood Dragon Island. Then, Lin Yi threw it in the jade pendant space and never took it out. After all, Languza followed Lin Yi like a tail every day. Why would he use the communication bead? What's more, after coming to the secular world, Languza preferred to play with his mobile phone. He probably forgot that there was such a bead with Lin Yi. After taking out the communication bead, Lin Yi took a deep breath and immersed the bead in the sea. To be honest, Lin Yi was also a little nervous. This might be the last chance to save Cheng Yi, Brother De Feng, and the others. Lin Yi could fly back, but he would never leave Cheng Yi and the others alone. After all, the seawater of the boundless sea was somewhat different from the seawater of the secular world. This was not a place with abundant spiritual energy like the small Jianghu of primitive times. Lin Yi was not sure if this communication bead could still work. But in the next second, Lin Yi was relieved because the communication bead shone faintly in the seawater. Then, Languza's shadow appeared in front of Lin Yi. "Boss, where have you been? We were so worried." As soon as Languza appeared, he asked anxiously. "Oh, it's a long story. I went for a ride on the sea for a long time," Lin Yi said with a smile. The center really let Lin Yi go for a long time on the sea before. This was not nonsense. "Boss, have you rescued sister-in-law Yi? Do you want me to help?" "Don't worry, Languza, can definitely kill them all," Languza said aggressively as he stroked his arm. Chapter 57:36. No problem. "Boss, wait for me. I will be there soon." After that, Languza cut off the communication. Lin Yi smiled and said to Cheng Yi, "Don't worry. With Languza here, we will all be fine." Cheng Yi asked curiously, "Brother Lin, is Languza stronger than you?" In her opinion, Lin Yi was the most powerful person in the world. Languza was obviously Lin Yi's little brother. How could Languza easily do what Lin Yi couldn't? Even if Lin Yi was injured, Cheng Yi didn't think that Lin Yi was inferior to Languza. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's not about who is more powerful than who. It's just that if Languza is in the sea, there are very few things that he can't do. You will know when he comes over later. Well, you wait here for a while. I will fly up and look for De Feng and Chen Dongqing. Maybe I can see them." Of course, Cheng Yi had no objection. Lin Yi once again transformed into his spirit form and flew hundreds of meters into the sky, overlooking the surrounding sea. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Defeng and Chindongqing. However, on the distant sea level, there was a white line approaching quickly. No way. Is that Languza? Lin Yi said with some surprise. How long has it been? Languza can rush over. After thinking about it, Lin Yi felt that it was normal. After all, Languza was already a real sea dragon, a genetically mutated sea dragon. His strength had reached the late stage of mysterious ascension. After changing back to his original body, Languza's speed in the sea could definitely reach several times the speed of sound. It was understandable that he could rush over so quickly. In the blink of an eye, that white line was already closing in. As expected, it was Languza's true form. He was a dragon that was more than 10 meters long. Just the waves that he had stirred up were more than 20 meters tall. Boss, I'm coming. Before he arrived, Languza's loud voice had already sounded. Changyi looked at the approaching sea dragon with her mouth agape. She suddenly felt that she might be having an absurd dream. Otherwise, how could she see such a legendary sea dragon? Although he was a heaven stage cultivator, Changyi had never heard of a real sea dragon in the world. Lin Yi flew to the sea and said with a smile, "You came just in time. I don't know where those two guys are. Can you find them?" While talking, Lin Yi pulled Changyi onto Languza's broad back. In the endless sea, Languza was still a sea dragon. Lin Yi felt good riding on his back. Now that he had evolved into a sea dragon, it was even more comfortable. Boss, don't worry. In this small pond, it's too easy to find two people. Languza said proudly. Compared to the dangerous endless sea, the ocean of the secular world was indeed only worthy of Languza's evaluation of a small pond. Lin Yi listened to him and was completely relieved. He immediately fell on Languza's back and had a good rest. A trace of worry flashed in Changyi's eyes. She began to feel that Lin Yi's current state was really not very good. Thinking of Lin Yi's instructions before falling into the sea, Changyi estimated that Lin Yi was now seriously injured. Unfortunately, Changyi couldn't do anything for Lin Yi. If Sun Jingyi was here, perhaps she could use her cultivation method to help Lin Yi. Of course, what Changyi didn't know was that Lin Yi's spirit was injured now. Even Sun Jingyi's cultivation method couldn't help him. After waiting for Lin Yi and Changyi to sit down, Languza put his big head into the sea and opened his mouth to roar. The sound directly set off a huge wave, but fortunately, it immediately subsided. 10 seconds later, Languza raised his head and said with a smile, "Boss, the sea beasts here are really weak. They don't even deserve to be called sea beasts. Moreover, their intelligence is very low. Fortunately, they can help me find two people. This is a simple matter. I already have a position for them." Sea dragons were indeed sea dragons. As long as they were in the sea, they were the absolute king of the race. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, "Then hurry up and get them back. It's easy to get into trouble if it takes too long." "Okay, boss and sister-in-law Yi, sit tight. I'm coming out." Languza responded with a loud laugh. He arched his body and shot out like a sharp arrow. Changyi could clearly hear a sonic boom. This fellow had actually broken through the sonic barrier and activated it. In a few breaths, Languza arrived at Big Brother Defeng's location. Big Brother Defeng had seen Languza's sea dragon appearance, but he had never seen the evolved sea dragon, so he was shocked at first. Languza was very satisfied with this. He thought that he could continue to play like this next time. Lin Yi saw that Big Brother Defeng was awake and greeted him with a smile. This guy was really tenacious. Other than being a little embarrassed, his spirit was very good. When Languza came over, Big Brother Defeng was still swimming quickly. Obviously, he was looking for Lin Yi and the others. As for Chindongqing, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing him. Dongqing was the most powerful among the three, but this disappointing one looked the most miserable. Not only was he unconscious, but his stomach was also bulging. It seemed that he drank a lot of seawater. Fortunately, Dongqing was strong. He protected his heart with qi, so he didn't become a joke of a profound ascending stage master drowning in the secular world. Big Brother Defeng quickly picked up Dongqing and made him spit out the seawater in his stomach. Lin Yi used qi to treat him a little, and Dongqing woke up. Lenguzi, let's go back. Finally, all three of them were found, and Qing Yi was also rescued from the center. Lin Yi smiled and patted Lenguzi's body. His heart was relieved, but suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. His body leaned back, and he actually fainted. Lin Yi didn't know how long he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the space of the jade pendant, and there was someone beside him who had been watching him. Zhao Lao. You appeared again. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He sat up with a smile and waved to Zhao Yazi. Zhao Yazi laughed and scolded, "What do you mean again? I've always been here. It's just that if you leave the secular world, I will disappear. When you return to the secular world, I can appear again." Chapter 57:37. Is it because I don't want to talk to you? Isn't it because you haven't entered the space of the jade pendant and haven't thought of me at all? Zhao Yazi looked at Lin Yi with a smile that wasn't a smile. It sounded very reasonable. Lin Yi was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. After returning from the ancient small world, he really didn't think of Zhao Yazi because he couldn't contact Zhao Yazi. Lin Yi was used to it. Zhao Yazi actually didn't care. Before Lin Yi opened the space of the jade pendant, he was used to being alone. He was just joking with Lin Yi. Speaking of which, the speed of your growth has far exceeded my expectations. In the past, I could still give you some help and advice, but now, there is really nothing I can give you. So when you return to the secular world, there is no need for me to say anything. Zhao Yazi said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, he pointed at Lin Yi's forehead with a straight face and said, "But this time, you really disappoint me." Lin Yi was startled and said, "Zhao Lao, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? You still have the nerve to ask me what I mean. Don't tell me you haven't realized your own state." Zhao Yazi reprimanded mercilessly. In the past, when Lin Yi was still a weak rookie, Zhao Yazi was not so strict. Lin Yi slightly frowned. Zhao Yazi's expression was obviously not to scare him, so Lin Yi immediately used his divine sense to explore the space of the jade pendant. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, Lin Yi's divine sense couldn't explore the space of the jade pendant. It could only wander in this side of the world. To put it bluntly, he had completely lost contact with the outside world. "Zhao Lao, how did this happen? How long have I been unconscious?" Lin Yi knew that things were getting serious, but he still kept his cool. In response to Lin Yi's question, Zhao Yazi only snorted and said, "Your strength is beyond this realm. I can't understand it, so how would I know what happened to you? But what I can tell you is that you've been unconscious for 10 whole days." Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that he had been unconscious for 1 or 2 hours at most. He did not expect that he had been unconscious for 10 days. One had to know that Lin Yi himself was a primordial spirit. Now that his primordial spirit was in the space of the jade pendant, didn't that mean that the primordial spirit in the mortal world had completely disappeared? "Zhao Lao, in front of you, no matter how strong I am still a junior. Can we talk nicely?" Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. If he wanted to figure out the current situation, only Zhao Yazi could help him. Zhao Yazi suddenly smiled and shouted, "Do you think I'm angry with you? How is that possible? I'm just expressing my disappointment to you. Kid, you don't know how to cherish yourself, do you? This time, you almost had your soul scattered, do you know that? If you hadn't eaten a divine knowledge fruit before and had not refined a part of it, you would have been dead by now. Your primordial spirit has left your body and you still dare to play like this. Do you really think that you are invincible in the world? Lin Yi was a little confused. After listening to Zhao Yazi's words, he felt a little scared. It turned out that he was really close to dying. Thanks to the divine knowledge fruit that he had eaten before, he was able to preserve his last chance of survival. It was also too smooth before. Lin Yi moved with his primordial spirit. Except for a short period of time when he just came back, it was basically successful. Therefore, he himself had forgotten that the primordial spirit was actually very weak. After being attacked, it needed to bear 10 times or even 100 times more damage than the physical body. It was quite not easy for him to still be alive now. Zhao Lao, I know I was wrong. This time, I was careless. I don't know what is my situation now. How can I leave the space of the jade pendant? Lin Yi obediently admitted his mistake. Anyway, Zhao Yazi was a teacher and a friend. In front of him, Lin Yi did not have the self-awareness of a strong person. Instead, he was more like a junior. Zhao Yazi snorted twice. It was probably because he had vented most of the depression in his heart. This was also because he was worried about Lin Yi. If it was someone else, Zhao Yazi would not care about their life and death. You want to escape after listening to my nagging? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. Although Zhao Yazi's anger had subsided a lot, he still muttered a few words and then said solemnly, Kid, you are really lucky. Originally, your primordial spirit would have completely collapsed after you lost consciousness, but because there was a remnant of the divine knowledge fruit, your primordial spirit's origin was protected. The space of the jade pendant also tried its best to pull you in, so you did not die immediately. My primordial spirit has dissipated. Lin Yi's heart shook. This was the news he was most concerned about and most unwilling to hear. Now, the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit in the space of the jade pendant was not even 6 to 7% of its peak. Even if he left the space of the jade pendant, the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit would be greatly reduced. But Zhao Yazi finally gave him a piece of good news. No, your primordial spirit is still in the outside world. I have to say, kid, your luck is really heaven-defying. Other than the divine knowledge fruit, you can also use the divine knowledge grass root to refine your primordial spirit. Plus, you have always had perfect breakthroughs. Your primordial spirit is already far stronger than the same level cultivator. The degree of your primordial spirit's solidification is not inferior to the body of an ordinary cultivator. When you lost consciousness, at least you left your primordial spirit in the outside world. Lin Yi immediately let out a sigh of relief. As long as his primordial spirit was still there, his strength wouldn't decline too much. More importantly, with his primordial spirit outside, he was only unconscious and not disappeared. At least the people in the outside world would have some psychological comfort. Otherwise, if Lin Yi suddenly disappeared, Sun Jingyi, Su Shihan and the others would probably go crazy. Zhao Lao, what should I do now? Can you let me communicate with the primordial spirit in the outside world? Lin Yi tried again but still couldn't connect to the outside world. He could only ask Zhao Yazi for help. Zhao Yazi shrugged and said helplessly, I don't have a way, you have to deal with this yourself. Hurry up and cultivate well. Maybe one day you can find a way to communicate with the primordial spirit in the outside world. Don't be lazy. Lin Yi was speechless. It seemed like Zhao Yazi really couldn't be counted on. If he wanted to go out, the only way was to recover the strength of his primordial spirit. Chapter 57:38. There was no other way. He could only cultivate, but he didn't know how long it would take before he could communicate with the spirit in the outside world. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. He didn't want to waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate his divine sense. 10 days ago, Lin Yi suddenly fainted. Although it made Qing Yi panic, Languze, Qin Dongqing, and Big Brother Feng were already used to Lin Yi's invincibility. They just thought that Lin Yi consumed a lot of energy and would wake up after a short rest, so they didn't care at all. They even comforted Qing Yi. Languze's speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he had already returned to the coast. He found a hidden place and transformed back into his human form. After putting on his clothes, Big Brother Feng had already gotten a business car and drove them to Lanmi. Qing Yi's concert tour was interrupted. Fortunately, it wasn't too long, so they could still continue with the original schedule. However, Lanmi and Modok were too late. They could only make an announcement to reopen it later. They would first complete Barini's and London's concerts according to the schedule, then arrange for these 2 stops. After returning to Lanmi, Lin Yi still didn't seem to be awake. After Languze checked, he didn't find any problems with Lin Yi. So he let Qing Yi and Su Shihan go do their things first. When Lin Yi woke up, he would inform them. The next day, Kong Xiaobo chartered a plane to fly back to China with everyone. He sent Lin Yi back to the villa in Songshan to recuperate and then tried to find a way to inform Lin Dongfang and Nanqing. After all, Lin Yi hadn't woken up for more than a day. They were already a little uncertain. Languze and Qin Dongqing didn't expect that on the day before they returned, Shui Jianfeng's flying saucer quietly landed in a remote corner on the outskirts of Songshan. It was a large chemical plant. Since its establishment, no one knew what was produced inside, and there were no signs of human habitation within 100 miles. After Shui Jianfeng's flying saucer turned on the invisibility device, he was not afraid of being seen. In the middle of the chemical plant, the roof of an ordinary factory silently slid to 2 sides, revealing a huge gap. There were circles of lights inside as a guide, going deep into the underground of the factory. Shui Jianfeng's flying saucer hovered above the gap before slowly descending. This was an emergency escape route automatically arranged by the system. In fact, Shui Jianfeng himself had no idea where he was flying to. Hello, I'm Little Pure from Central Songshan Base. Welcome to the 2 of you. After the flying saucer came to a stop, the cabin door opened, and Shui Jianfeng and Zhaolong saw the people waiting for them outside. Zhaolong paused after hearing Xiaochun's introduction. Songshan Base. Could it be in Songshan? That's right, this is the outskirts of Songshan City. In terms of organization, this is the second base of the core in the secular world. Xiaochun nodded with a smile before turning sideways. Please follow me, the person in charge of our base is already waiting for you in the meeting room. Shui Jianfeng quickly caught up with a smile. Xiaochun, may I know who the person in charge of the second base is? I used to follow Dr. Glasses and Miss Lan, but I'm not familiar with the person in charge of your base. Before we meet, we should get to know each other. Zhaolong didn't say anything as Shui Jianfeng pushed him to the back. After all, Shui Jianfeng's strength was there for all to see, and it was thanks to him that he was able to escape from the sacred center. Strictly speaking, Zhaolong's connection with the core was mostly due to Kong Mingming. Since he wasn't as good as Shui Jianfeng in every aspect, he naturally wouldn't want to compete with him. Xiaochun giggled. You'll see the person in charge soon. You'll know when you see him. There's no point in talking about it now. Come. As she spoke, Xiaochun brought the 2 of them onto a maglev scooter. Once they were stable, the scooter started, and in a minute or so, they arrived at the meeting room of the second base. We're here. You 2, go in. Xiaochun turned around and waved at Shui Jianfeng and Zhaolong. She left immediately after they got off. Shui Jianfeng knocked on the door. The doctor was dead, but the poison in his body was still there. Before he could detoxify the poison, Shui Jianfeng had to show enough respect to the person in charge of the base. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have pushed the door open a long time ago. Come in. A young man's voice came from the meeting room. Shui Jianfang pushed the door open with a smile. Hello, I'm Shui Jianfang from the Sacred Center, the first base. May I know your name? Shui Jianfang didn't have to bow and scrape, but he was still very polite. The young man sat on the sofa with no intention of standing up. He pointed at the chair beside him. Have a seat. I'm the person in charge here, Jiang Wen. You can call me Master Wen. I've heard about what happened in the first base. It wasn't easy for you two to escape, so follow me from now on. Ah, it's Master Wen. It's an honor to meet you. I, Shui Jianfeng, will be in your care from now on. Shui Jianfeng laughed as he expressed his willingness to follow Jiang Wen. He sat down without any hesitation. He could tell that Jiang Wen was just a guy a little stronger than a normal person. His strength wasn't worth mentioning at all. He subconsciously looked down on Jiang Wen. Xiaolong didn't sit. He said with a face full of surprise. Master Wen. I know you. You're one of the 4 young masters of Songshan. My name is Xiaolong. You don't know this, but you've always been my idol. I didn't think that I'd be able to see you today. It's such an honor. I'm so excited to be able to see you often in the future and work for you. Jiang Wen's face lit up. He didn't think that he'd be able to meet a fan of his today. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. Don't mention it. Jiang Wen waved his hand with a smile. His expression, however, seemed to be saying, keep talking, on his forehead. Master Wen, you're wrong. As one of the 4 young masters of Songshan, you've become a legend. It's a shame that I haven't heard from you these past few years. Otherwise, I'd have come to you a long time ago. Xiaolong said seriously. He didn't feel like he was lying. Chapter 5739. Jiang Wen obviously liked this. He smiled and waved at Xiaolong, come, sit down and talk. I didn't think that you, the young master of Dr. Kang's house, would know me so well. Not bad, not bad. I just happen to be lacking a capable helper here. You can follow me from now on. Xiaolong was overjoyed. He didn't have much of a foundation in the center, and his only support was Kong Mingming, who went to Sky Class Island. Now that he had a connection with Jiang Wen, his status would change immediately. Thank you for your support, Master Wen. I, Kong, will do my best for you in the future. Xiaolong expressed his loyalty as he went over to refill Jiang Wen's teacup. He had already entered the role of an assistant. If Xiaolong knew that Jiang Wen's assistant had always been a scapegoat for him, who knew if he would still be so happy? Shui Jianfang saw that Xiaolong got Jiang Wen's attention with just a few words, and he felt uneasy. He sat up straight and smiled. Master Wen, I'm the number 1 under the glasses doctor. Jiang Wen waved his hand and interrupted him. I understand, I'll let you know if there's anything. Right now, our base is in the process of reviving Miss Lan's clone. You don't need to do anything for now. We'll talk about it after it's done. You can go rest now. Shui Jianfang was depressed. He didn't even want to hear what he had to say. He didn't think that after the glasses doctor's death, he, Shui Jianfang, would be ignored like this. He couldn't even be compared to that weak chicken Xiaolong. No matter what, he, Shui Jianfang, was still a profound ascension early-stage super expert. The fusion of the new medicine was very smooth. Even if he hadn't tried it before, he knew that he would recover quickly if he got injured in a fight. Master Wen told you to go rest first, so go rest first. I'll let you know if there's anything. Xiaolong turned to Shui Jianfang. He was still calling him Master Shui before, but now he didn't even bother to call him by his name. Shui Jianfang humphed and got up to leave bitterly. He wouldn't have put up with this if it weren't for the poison in his body. He didn't know if his gene cells, which could quickly recover from injuries, would be able to remove the toxin as well. It was a shame that he couldn't confirm this yet. Shui Jianfang didn't want to offend Jiang Wen right now, but the glasses professor was still the best. If only the glasses professor could be reborn. On one side, Jiang Wen was busy reviving Lan Xiaoru. On the other side, Lin Yi still hadn't woken up. It was already the 10th day. Kong Xiaobo and the others put down their work and gathered in the villa, waiting for Lin Yi to wake up. Unfortunately, in the current situation, it seemed that the possibility of another unconscious person in the villa was higher. No one knew that Lin Yi's consciousness had actually just woken up. However, he was in the space of the jade pendant and couldn't communicate with the outside world, so his Yuanshan body was still in a state of deep sleep. Lin Yi practiced in the space of the jade pendant for a couple of hours, but there was no progress at all. The qi in the space of the jade pendant had no effect on Lin Yi's Yuanshan and consciousness. But the spirit fruit and the spirit grass root were things that Lin Yi couldn't use. Even if they were right in front of him, he could only look at them. It was quite frustrating. He couldn't solidify his Yuanshan body in the space of the jade pendant, so he couldn't use them. Jiao Lao, do you have any spiritual type arts that I can learn? Lin Yi turned to Jiao Yazi and asked, depressed. For a long time, Lin Yi had not systematically cultivated his spiritual awareness. When he was on the Heaven Stage Island, he mostly used his physical body to drive his spiritual awareness. After coming to the ancient small rivers and lakes, the improvement of his Yuanshan mostly relied on the tempering of the spirit grass root and the swallowing of the heaven-swallowing giant crocodile's Yuanshan. There were not many people who really relied on their own cultivation. Of course, this was also related to the lack of a complete and high-level Yuanshan and spiritual awareness cultivation method for Lin Yi. He also knew that it was unlikely that Jiao Yazi would have something in this area, so he just asked casually. Jiao Yazi smiled and said, I have seen beggars, but I have never seen someone holding a golden bowl to beg for food. Are you stupid? Or stupid? Or stupid? Lin Yi's forehead was full of black lines. Was there any difference? It seemed like Elder Jiao's resentment hadn't dissipated because he hadn't talked to him for too long. After Jiao Yazi laughed at Lin Yi, he said seriously, you really don't know that you are in a treasure mountain. Don't you know that the heaven-stealing fortune battle art you are cultivating is a real top-level cultivation method? No, saying that it is a top-level cultivation method is underestimating the heaven-stealing fortune battle art. With this cultivation method, why do you still need to find a spiritual awareness cultivation method? The heaven-stealing fortune battle art can cultivate the Yuan Shin and spiritual awareness. Lin Yi asked in surprise. He didn't think about this before, but now that Jiao Yazi mentioned it, he really felt that it was possible. For a long time, Lin Yi's Yuanshan was stronger than cultivators of the same level. He originally thought that it was because of him, but now that he thought about it, he realized that it was probably because of the heaven-stealing fortune battle art. It was a shame that this art was incomplete, and even though he'd merged it with the art of dragon mastery to make up for the missing parts, he hadn't been able to properly analyze the rest of the art. Don't think that I don't know about your matters when I am in a deep sleep. Don't forget that we are connected. Once you return to the secular world, I will know everything you have experienced. Jiao Yazi narrowed his eyes and said faintly, although your growth is amazing, ask yourself, have you properly cultivated this heaven-defying cultivation method? I remember reminding you of the importance of this cultivation method before you entered the heavenly island. Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame. Although Jiao Yazi didn't say it clearly, Lin Yi was very clear about what he was referring to. After arriving at the heavenly island, Lin Yi's improvement was indeed great, but not much of it was brought about by the heaven-stealing fortune battle art. More of it was the various opportunities that Lin Yi found, in addition to countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as his own tenacity that allowed him to reach this step. The heaven-stealing fortune battle art naturally played a role in this, but the proportion was really very small. If he casually changed a cultivation method, Lin Yi could still have the current achievements, at most he would be a little lacking in combat power. In this way, Lin Yi really underestimated the heavens stealing fortune battle art. If he paid more attention to it, perhaps his strength could be a little stronger. Chapter 5740. If Jiao Yazi could always stay by Lin Yi's side, Lin Yi could obviously avoid a lot of detours. Although the ghost could also replace Jiao Yazi's role, it was still a spirit beast after all. It might not be able to know more about the human race than Jiao Yazi. It's good that you understand, go figure it out yourself. Jiao Yazi showed a gratified smile, his face had an expression that said that the child was worth teaching. In fact, he had just figured out these principles himself, otherwise, he would have told Lin Yi just now, and he wouldn't have to remind Lin Yi now. Jiao Yazi was also a bystander. The truth was very simple, it was not that Lin Yi couldn't think it through, the key was that he was in the game, and ignored too many details. Lin Yi sat cross-legged again, and began to carefully study and deduce the Heaven's Fortune battle art. Originally, this Heaven's Fortune battle art could only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. The Will of Heaven was known as the first nascent soul stage cultivator, and he relied on this Heaven's Fortune battle art to achieve that. Unfortunately, the incomplete cultivation method could not help him advance further. And the new cultivation method that was integrated with the art of dragon mastery did not have this defect. It was just that at the beginning, there was no detailed cultivation method. Only when Lin Yi reached this stage, would this stage of cultivation method deduction be activated. After Lin Yi advanced to the profound ascension stage, he had not properly deduced the Heaven's Fortune battle art, and had been using the previous cultivation method. This was also what Jiao Yazi was most dissatisfied with. To put it more seriously, Lin Yi was not making progress. But in fact, Lin Yi still cared about his own strength, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find opportunities everywhere and be able to advance to the profound ascension stage so quickly. Lin Yi, who was in the jade pendant space, began the process of cultivation and deduction. The primordial spirit in the villa still had no reaction, but on Heaven Stage Island, Lin Yi's main body showed some changes. Originally, Lin Yi had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating, but now he was lying down unknowingly, as if he had fallen asleep. His aura was also slowly converging. This change scared Tian Chan and Sydney. How could this be? Wasn't everything fine before? Did something go wrong in the secular world? Xueli paced around anxiously, but she had no idea what she should do. Tian Chan was calmer. After comforting Sydney, she said decisively, "Sydney, get someone to find Brother the Will of Heaven and Okuda Island Master. They are more familiar with soul projection, so they should know what happened." Sydney didn't know what to do, but after hearing Tian Chan's words, she felt that it was very reasonable. She immediately agreed and rushed out. After Sydney left, Tian Chan showed a worried look. She looked at Lin Yi and whispered, "Bad thing, you only know how to make people worry. You must be fine. Otherwise, I will kick you. Come back quickly." Lin Yi. After a while, the Will of Heaven and Okuda Island came to Tiandan Pavilion and checked on Lin Yi's condition. Then, they looked at each other and shook their heads silently. "Brother, what happened to Lin Yi?" Tian Chan couldn't maintain her calm anymore and asked anxiously. The Will of Heaven thought for a while and said, "Sister Tian Chan, you don't have to worry. Lin Yi should be fine. Maybe it's because his soul projection has been going on for too long. It's far beyond the normal limit, so his body feels tired. He should lie down and rest for a while." Even though she was worried about Lin Yi, Tian Chan couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a big brother? He actually said that Lin Yi's body was tired and wanted to lie down for a while. This was ridiculous. It was normal for a strong cultivator to sit in seclusion for more than 10 years. How could Lin Yi lie down for such a reason? However, from what the will of heaven said, Lin Yi's body should be fine. So, Tian-chan and Sydney were slightly relieved. Okuda Island also said, the Lin brothers are very healthy, and their chi and blood are extremely strong. There doesn't seem to be any problem. You can all rest assured. Maybe this is a sign that his soul is going to return. Let's wait and see. Tian-chan quickly thanked him and said, "Thank you, Island Master Okuda. I'm really sorry to bother you when you're so busy." Okuda Island waved his hand and said, "You're treating me like an outsider. Brother Lin Yi and I are not outsiders. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Take care of him. I'll go back first." The will of heaven represented Tian-chan and Sydney to send Okuda Island out. Then, the two of them set up a soundproof barrier. Okuda Island took the lead and said, "Deputy Island Master, what do you think about Lin Yi's matter? There must be a problem." The will of heaven sighed. Just now, in front of Tian-chan and Sydney, he didn't dare to say much. But now, he didn't have any scruples in front of Okuda Island. Okuda Island nodded and said, "Yes, although Lin Yi's chi and blood are strong, his momentum has begun to converge. This doesn't look like he's about to break through. Instead, it looks like his soul is injured. When the soul is projected, it won't cause any damage to the body. But if there's a problem with the projected soul, then the body that lost the soul will have a problem. This seems to be the case with Lin Yi." The will of heaven was silent. He also saw it, but there was nothing he could do. Now that Okuda Island confirmed his thoughts, there was nothing he could do. Let's wait and see. I hope Lin Yi can come back on his own soon. Okuda Island sighed and cupped his fists before leaving. The will of heaven stood there for more than 10 seconds before returning to Tiandan Pavilion. At this time, Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang came over after hearing the news. These two were Dan God Zhang Liju's disciple, but Lin Yi's situation wasn't something they could handle. So, their final conclusion was the same as the will of heaven. Of course, this wasn't something they could say to Tian-chan and the others. They could only tacitly agree. Unfortunately, even if they didn't say it, Tian-chan and Sydney were both smart girls. They could always see some clues. Since the people on the Middle Island couldn't do anything, then they could only place their hopes on the North Island Shengguan Tianhua. After sending off the will of heaven and the others, Tian-chan immediately came back and said to Sydney, "I'll write to Shengguan Laner now and tell her about Lin Yi's situation. If she can get her grandfather, Shanghai Tianhua, maybe Lin Yi will wake up." Sydney nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. Right now, the only one who can save Lin Yi is someone like Shengguan Tianhua. There's no time to lose, we'll contact Shengguan Laner immediately." Chapter 57-41. Shanghai Laner soon received a letter from Tian-chan. She had been waiting for Lin Yi's news. The primordial spirit projection had never stayed in the secular world for such a long time. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried. On the contrary, Han Jingjing had always been full of confidence in Lin Yi. She never thought that after he went to the secular world, Lin Yi would be in any danger. "Jing Jing, come and read the letter from Nakajima. It's from Tian-chan." Shanghai Laner was very loyal. She didn't read the letter first, but first found Han Jingjing to share the news. After Lin Yi left, the girls didn't stay together anymore, but their friendship deepened and deepened. They became best friends who could talk about anything and everything. When Han Jingjing heard Tian-chan's name, she immediately dropped what she was doing and ran to Shanghai Laner's side to read the letter. Lin Yi has a problem. Shanghai Laner, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly froze. She threw the letter and ran out. Han Jingjing hurriedly pulled Shanghai Laner and said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to find my grandfather." "Didn't you see Tian-chan say that my grandfather might be of help?" Shanghai Laner tried to shake off her arm, but she didn't get rid of it. She immediately stomped her feet and said, "Calm down." Han Jingjing directly pulled Shanghai Laner over and tried to calm her down first. Senior Shangwan is of course powerful, but he may not be of any use if he goes. The will of heaven, Okuda, and these people, which one of them isn't an experienced and knowledgeable overlord? The status of any one of them won't be lower than your grandfather. Shanghai Laner thought about it and agreed. If her grandfather was of no use, what should she do? Jing Jing, what do you say? I'll listen to you. Shanghai Laner was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, there was Han Jingjing, who was comparable to a supercomputer. She didn't need to use her brain. Han Jingjing didn't hesitate and said solemnly, "You tell Senior Shangwan first. I'll go to Nakajima first and see what's going on. I want to go too. Wait for me. I'll ask my grandfather. I'll come soon." Shangwan Lan knew that if she wanted to leave, she needed Shangwan Tianhua's permission, so she didn't wait for Han Jingjing to agree and ran out. This time, Han Jingjing didn't hold her back. After a simple packing, it didn't take long before Shanghai Laner hurried over. Her little face was full of disappointment. "My grandfather agreed to let me go, but he said that he doesn't know much about the situation in this area. If the people of Nakajima can't do anything, he won't have any countermeasures. He has something to do these 2 days. Maybe after these 2 days, my grandfather will go over and have a look. He also asked us to inform him of the situation at any time." Shanghai Laner was a little unwilling, but there was no other way. It was not easy to leave here and go to Nakajima. Han Jingjing nodded and said, "In that case, let's not delay. Let's go immediately." Of course, the little princess of the North Island would use the best flying spirit beast to travel. Under the protection of the masters arranged by Shanghai Tianhua, the two quickly rushed straight to the sky and flew to Nakajima. After arriving at Tiandan Pavilion, Han Jingjing quickly saw Lin Yi, but she couldn't do anything about Lin Yi's situation. This was also expected, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. "I understand. This is the only way." After looking at Lin Yi's situation, Han Jingjing said very indifferently, "What should we do?" Tian Chan hurriedly asked. She also knew how smart Han Jingjing was. Others couldn't do anything, but Han Jingjing might be able to think of a way. "I want to go to the mortal world and find Brother Lin Yi's soul. I want to see what happened to him," Han Jingjing said casually. It didn't seem like she was talking about something dangerous at all. Tian Chan and Sydney shouted at the same time, "No." Both of them knew the danger of spirit projection, so it was absolutely impossible for them to agree to such a thing. On the contrary, Shangwan Lan asked curiously, "Why not? If we can find junior brother Lin Yi's spirit, can't we bring him back?" "Jingjing, you are really a genius. You found the key to the problem at once." Tian Chan smiled bitterly and said, "How could it be so easy? The primordial spirit projection is already very dangerous, and there are restrictions on the strength of the projector. It must be above the nascent soul realm. With Jing Jing's strength, she doesn't even have the qualifications, let alone face the dangers." Han Jingjing shook her head firmly and said, "No, I must go and see. The problem of strength is not a problem at all. I can solve it. Also, I will find a way to reduce the danger to the lowest level. According to my calculations, there is at least an 80% chance that we can go to the secular world without any harm." For some reason, Han Jingjing's words were so easy to believe. Not to mention 80%, even if Han Jingjing said that she was 100% confident, Tian Chan felt that she would also believe it. In the end, Tian Chan also wanted to know what happened to Lin Yi in the secular world. Since Han Jingjing insisted on going and was sure that she would not be hurt, then Tian Chan seemed to have no reason to stop her. "I understand. I will go to the master of Okuda Island and ask him to help arrange a spirit projection. But Han Jingjing, you must promise me that nothing will happen to you. Tian Chan said seriously. If it was possible, she also wanted to go to the secular world to find Lin Yi. Unfortunately, she had no confidence, so she could only pin her hopes on Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing took out a soft armor from her bag and showed it to Tian Chan. Then she said solemnly, I will be fine, because I have been preparing to die in the secular world for a long time. Before Tian Chan could speak, Sydney asked curiously, Jingjing, what is the use of this soft armor? Does it have anything to do with spirit projection? That's right. Because I don't know when Brother Lin Yi will come, I have nothing to do, so I casually studied this soft armor. If I have the chance, I will go to the secular world to play with him. It just so happens that I can use it this time. Han Jingjing nodded and said. Then she pointed to a round bulge on the chest of the soft armor and said, there is a spirit beast's inner core here. It is the key to spirit projection. Tian Chan felt it and said with some realization, it is the inner core of a spirit beast at the peak of the nascent soul realm. You want to use this soft armor to deceive the spirit projection device and pretend to have the strength of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator? Chapter 5742. Shengguan Laner said anxiously, Jingjing, your cultivation is too low. Even if you go, it's useless. Let me go. Tian Chan immediately objected, Lon, you don't know the situation in the secular world. You can't even find your way there. Let me go. Tian Chan couldn't go before, but now that she saw Han Jingjing take out the soft armor, she knew that she could use it to go to the secular world. So, she immediately rushed to find Lin Yi. Han Jingjing put the armor away, you guys don't need to fight, I'm the only one who can help Lin Yi bro this time, the others won't be able to help. I made this armor for myself, too, and you guys won't be able to use it to its fullest potential. The chances of failure are very high. Tian Chan and the others were speechless. In this aspect, Han Jingjing's talent was absolutely beyond their comprehension. Even if Han Jingjing was talking nonsense, they couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Alright, this matter is settled. Sister Tian Chan, please help me arrange the primordial spirit projection as soon as possible. I'll adjust this soft armor. Han Jingjing didn't plan to say anything else and just closed the coffin. Tian Chan and Sydney looked at each other and had no choice but to accept this fact. The primordial spirit projection was quickly arranged. Because of Lin Yi's abnormality, Okuda had long been prepared. Originally, the Will of Heaven planned to personally project his primordial spirit projection, but he was extremely unfamiliar with the secular world. Before collecting enough information, he didn't dare to act casually. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. So, when Han Jingjing said she wanted to go, she could leave immediately. However, Okuda and the others were not very optimistic about Han Jingjing's safety. Tian Chan and Sydney tried to persuade Han Jingjing again. Jingjing, why don't you let me go? Your level is a little too low. How are we going to explain it to Lin Yi if something happens? Since you can adjust this soft armor, you can definitely let me wear it, right? Tian Chan held Han Jingjing's hand, trying to convince Han Jingjing to give up on the primordial spirit projection and let her take over. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing was very determined. She shook her head and said, Sister Tian Chan, there's no need to say anything. I'm ready. Let's start. Big brother Lin Yi might be waiting for me to help him. Let's not waste time. After that, no one knew how Han Jingjing did it, but the soft armor she wore on her body emitted a faint light, and the powerful aura of the nascent soul stage slowly rose. There was no flaw at all. Okuda was also amazed. It's exactly the same as a real peak nascent soul cultivator. If I didn't know the truth, I would definitely be fooled. It seemed that it would not be a problem to hide from the primordial spirit projection device. You're indeed a genius in the aspect of refining weapons. Han Jingjing smiled slightly. She was a genius, but not a genius in refining weapons. It was just that this kind of thing was too troublesome to explain, so she let Okuda figure it out himself. Tian Xingjian nodded. That's right, this soft armor is really amazing, and it's very effective in scaring people. However, after you project your soul, you'll be weakened for a period of time. You have to be careful, find Lin Yi and bring him back as soon as possible. Han Jingjing smiled and nodded. I'll remember. Thank you, Brother Tian, for reminding me. Let's start now. Seeing that Han Jingjing was determined, no one continued to persuade her. Instead, they gave a few words of advice. Okuda also started the primordial spirit projection device. With the soft armor as a disguise, Han Jingjing's primordial spirit easily completed the projection. After breaking through the barrier, it went directly to the secular world. Outside a small town in Europe, Han Jingjing appeared in a sparse forest, feeling a little dizzy. Her primordial spirit projection was random, so it could not accurately bring Han Jingjing to Huaxia. Instead, it brought her to Europe, which was a huge deviation. However, there was a shadow of a soft armor on Han Jingjing's primordial spirit. It was the work she used to disguise herself as a Yuanying peak. Unexpectedly, she also brought it with her. Where is this? Han Jingjing looked around her surroundings in a daze. Her divine sense was not strong, and she was not used to releasing it, so she still used it to see more. The soft armor on her body turned into a set of ordinary casual clothes, and her primordial spirit quickly transformed into a primordial spirit body. The process was so fast that if Lin Yi saw it, he would definitely be stunned. When Lin Yi came down, he had to go through untold hardships to condense a primordial spirit body, and he was almost eaten as a big tonic. Perhaps this was also the function of the soft armor. But the soft armor was originally made by Han Jingjing, which proved that she was a genius. Unfortunately, at this time, the genius beauty Han Jingjing still had a cute look on her face. She looked around in a daze and then walked slowly. The grove was not big. In a few minutes, she walked to the edge. The road that was faintly visible before was completely revealed in front of Han Jingjing. 6 kilometers in Austin. Han Jingjing looked up at a road sign on the road and thought to herself, what kind of place is this Austin? Of course, it is definitely not China, because the text on it is not Chinese. As a top student, this is not difficult for Han Jingjing. It seems that I have come to Europe. It seems that the primordial spirit projection is random. Now there is no way, Brother Lin Yi, you have to wait for me. Han Jingjing sighed, whispered a few words, and walked in the direction of Austin. Although with the help of the soft armor, Han Jingjing successfully condensed the primordial spirit body, but if she wanted to fly, it would consume too much divine sense power. Now Han Jingjing's strength has been reduced to the peak of the middle stage of heaven stage. This is still the strength that has been preserved by the blessing of the soft armor. If she flies, it is likely that she will not find Lin Yi. Han Jingjing will be passive to the heavenly island. So Han Jingjing can only go to this Austin first and then find a way to contact the people in China. Whether it is the Liu family or Kong Xiaobo, they must be able to get her there smoothly. Lin Yi has the space of the jade pendant to carry things, but Han Jingjing only has such a soft armor and nothing else. Fortunately, the strength of the peak of the middle stage of heaven stage is also regarded as a master in the secular world. There is no need to worry too much about safety. After a few steps, in the direction behind Han Jingjing, there is a car approaching quickly. In Europe, hitchhiking is a very common thing. Han Jingjing does not want to waste her divine sense power, so she simply stood on the side of the road and stretched out her arm to give a thumbs up.